All right, everybody, good morning to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, May the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. First of all, okay, yes, you can see my screen and you can hear me. Excellent. So we had a little bit of excitement this morning with the SPY. CPI number came out at 8:30. Take a look at the SPY, what it did. There's the downturn right there. This was not a flash. This was actually a big red candle all the way down for a while. Recovered, then we had a big topping tail, and now I don't know where we're going to settle in. So I guess the number came in, 3.6%. The consumer price index came in around 3.6%. I look at that number and I wonder, okay, great. But that, of course, is comparing to what it was last year when prices were depressed. I'd be interested to know what it was compared to pre-pandemic prices. So anyway, it is what it is. We'll see what happens once this market opens. So the market is trying to recover a little bit on that. I don't necessarily believe that topping tail here, but we'll see what happens again once this market opens. Yeah, Zach can't hear me, but yeah, to find gas, I guess in the southeast. Wow, unbelievable gas lineups. So what else is happening this morning? Give me a moment here. LHDX, wow, LHDX on the move here. LHDX on the move here. Virus play, some kind of a self-test. So that is the big reason for LHDX moving. Actually has earnings tomorrow too, May 13th. Yeah, pre-market has earnings tomorrow. Relatively low float, 29 million in the float. So this is really soaring here. Look at the volume that's in here. Almost 3 million already. Fubo. We have some earnings plays, guys. Fubo, F-U-B-O, is an earnings play. Yeah, it's still up. I was interested to see, well, some of them are going to have big bottoming tails like the SPY did, but not this one yet anyway. So Fubo, released earnings after hours. You can see that's the mauve area right here. So released earnings after hours. And let's see, looking left last week, or last month, let's see, yesterday's high. So it's above yesterday's high, and the next high looking left, I'm sorry, it's way above yesterday's high. That's a big gap up. So the next area of resistance could be around 22.50 or so. Now here's one that could be an all-dayer. I was surprised it had a little bit of a pop here, but ARRY, when I say an all-dayer, I was actually looking to short this right about here, and then it started to move up, so I held back. But ARRY, it's an earnings play, just an absolute disaster. Look at this, down 26%. It's an all-time low. I mean, this would be the all-time low right there at 1728. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I think maybe a break of 18 again could get it to move down. The only problem is it's going to be down way more than 10%. So it may be difficult to get a fill where you want because of the uptick rule. That's why I was really wanting to short it in the pre-market, but. NERV, N-E-R-V. Is this an earnings play? Yes, NERV is an earnings play. N-E-R-V. Now this is starting to fade. This released earnings after hours. You can see the big reaction after hours. So you hit 332, but it's really fading now. I mean, it's still up 16%, but I don't have a lot of hope for this one recovering to this level. So it's 41 million. It's not a low float, not a high float. Wendy's is an earnings play. Wendy's can be kind of sneaky. Now look at that bottoming tail. That probably coincides exactly to what the SPY did here. Wendy's, W-E-N, earnings play. You can see the nice breakout here on the weekly chart. If we look left on the weekly chart, we see 24.38 is the next high. So it's getting close to this area here, unfortunately. WISA, not Visa, but WISA, W-I-S-A. W-I-S-A is another earnings play, little one. It's up 12%. It is a little earnings play through the 200-day moving average. There's the 200-day moving average, 281. So it's at 290. A couple of days ago, the high was a little over 3. So I guess if it can get over 3 and take that out, then you're looking left. The next high is around 350. So just, again, have to wait to see what happens once the market opens. Decent volume. It's a low float, 9 million in the float. We just talked about LHDX. Let me see if it's still over 7. It was actually, yeah, this could start really running right off the bat. I don't know if this was, I guess this was an IPO here. I guess obviously it was. A disaster though. I mean, absolute disaster. I mean, for the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, great, up to 38, and then look at this slide all the way down. Wow. Lex, L-E-X-X. This has been an active one. You can see what happened a few days ago, all the way up to almost $9. It is up 7%. You know, if it can take out all these topping tails right here in the daily chart, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick an alert around 718, see if it takes out the 2-day ago high, and who knows, maybe it'll continue here. 4.5 million in the float, so it's another low float situation. RMED, I think this is, no, it's not an earnings. Wait a minute, is it an earnings play? It is an earnings play. Yes, they released earnings after hours. So RMED is another earnings play. Another really low float, 2.7 million in the float, up 21% right now. Again, have to wait to see what happens once this market opens. There's a lot of resistance. 417 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. I guess if it can take that out, then it has a shot to get to that 5 level. That's a new one on me, Montreal, because I'm noticing here, I mean, I don't use, see, mine stay, so I don't know why yours aren't. I don't know why yours aren't. What you're saying is that you have to put your layouts back into the channel bar. I don't know why that's happening. I mean, it should be automatic. Obviously, if you save your work at the end of the day, it should be automatic. You might have to go to a tech support. I don't know how to help you. If it were happening to me, I could say, okay, but it's not, so I don't know how to help you. As long as you're saving your work, you know, when you exit, you save your layout. BMRA. Now this was a tough one yesterday. I mean, look what it did. It got all the way up to 471 and it closed down here. It's up 16%. So maybe. I've got it on the watch list just in case it does something crazy, just because it's got a 10 million in the float. That's the only reason. 10 million in the float, so it's another low float situation. So if traders get a hold of it again today, but there's a lot of tough areas here to get through, in my opinion. But I put it on here just in case. Okay, Omar. So I'm going to answer your question first. You can, but why do that? You should. We don't support that anymore. Okay, so Omar, what I would do is just use our simulator and use our real-time data. But you can do it, yes, but I would use our simulator. You know, why complicate it? Use our simulator using our real-time data as opposed to paper trading within Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Brad, you are able to do that. I don't have time to tell you how to do that right now, but you can add your own channels. If you look here, click on New Channel Bar. You notice I've got my pre-market, my market open channels up here. I don't think I have time to maybe you might have to ask me again. Maybe 10 o'clock, 10:15 or so, okay? But yes, you can do that. right, it's 9:16, so I'm just going to do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Actually, not too many upgrades and fewer downgrades. Yeah, just remind me, Brad, okay? Just in case I forget, just remind me. All right, we have a couple of upgrades for Haynes, HBI. I'm going to take a look at that once I finish with the upgrades. We have a couple of upgrades for Big C. Also, let's take a look at Big C. I want to see Big C. Haven't seen that one for a while. Remember this one? This was an IPO, I think, back here at 163. So this has been hit hard, but a couple of upgrades for Big C. It's an earnings play. Okay, that's why. It's an earnings play. A little bit of volume, 94,000, not a lot. Not an excessive float, 38 million in the float. So there's a couple of upgrades for Big C from Morgan Stanley and Guggenheim. Okay. And what was the other one I was going to look at? Was HBI, Haynes. Maybe that's an earnings play also. May 11th pre-market, so it released earnings yesterday. So HBI, yeah. Oh boy, it released earnings yesterday. Look at this. I don't think I really saw this one yesterday. This got absolutely slammed. But a couple of upgrades now for HBI. I'll get the downgrades in now. Again, if you're wondering what these upgrades and downgrades are all about, these are just analysts' opinions about where they think a stock may go. Look at Ari. My goodness, Ari has been downgraded by Roth, Barclays, Piper Sandler, and not Goldman, sorry. I thought it was Goldman also. So a lot of downgrades for, after earnings for Ari, A-R-R-Y. And a downgrade for AMRN from Goldman. Take a look at this one. I wonder why they care about something so cheap. Anyway, Goldman has downgraded AMRN. All right, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. Look at Mara and Riot just again on the way down here. Bitcoin plays, Mara and Riot. AEG is sneaking in here. Any volume? Not too much. And that's a huge float. Huge float. It's an earnings play, May 12th. Yeah, earnings play. Pre-market, so not too much volume yet. That's a massive float. 1.75 billion in the float. Okay, 921. So just to let you know, this is what I use in the pre-market. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. My gap up, gap down, and my pre-market actives up and down. These are available from my website. And my website can be accessed right here, my homepage. Or not my website, I guess my homepage. Okay, you click on it. And here's the scan section right here. And including my layout that you see. And here are the 4 that I use. Gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down. Okay, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Just pop that link into our YouTube room also, in case you want to take a look at my homepage. It's from briefing.com, Carlos. Okay, it's nothing to do with trade ideas. It's from briefing.com. Okay, it's just a free service. Yeah, I was a little upset with Ari. I was hoping that it was going to maintain underneath 18. I really wanted to take this short pre-market. It may, again, with this uptick rule in place, it may be difficult to get it where you want. There's tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. There's 5.5 million shares available. So that's not the issue, but it's the uptick rule. If you're unfamiliar with the uptick rule, if the stock is down over 10%, typically when you want to short something, you just go right in at the bid. Assuming your broker has shorts, you just go in at the bid and you get a fill. But when a stock is down 10% or more, you might want to get in at the bid, but there has to be some action at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid, but you may be in a big queue of others who want to short. So sometimes it's not easy to get, the price you want. But in the pre-market, no problem. I can't tell you what the best broker is for shorts. I mean, I've been using IB forever. They used to have a great reputation for shorts, but I mean, I know Zach in our room, I think he uses something called Centerpoint or something like that. I think they always have, but I mean, if you're looking for a traditional broker, I think IB certainly is a good option. Yeah, I think IB is fine. I mean, every now and then I'm going to see I don't have shorts available, but I would never switch from IB. For me personally, I'm maybe one of the few out there that I like IB. I like IB. I've had IB for 4.5 years. I've never been booted off the program, off the platform. Never had a freeze. Every now and then you get that little English gentleman saying data connection lost, but it only lasts for seconds. So I've just found it to be an extremely, extremely reliable platform. Look at the SPY guys now. So this CPI is really going to affect. Look at this. I mean, look at that bottoming tail. So at 8:30, the CPI number came out. I think it was 3.6% consumer price index, but it popped right back up. And then we had this topping tail, but it looks like we're going to be settling in for another down day. But like yesterday, if you were following yesterday, we had so many gap down and reverses. So again, we just have to wait for the market to open and just see what sort of action we're going to get today. All right, market's going to open in about 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes. You know what? I forgot to mention eyes. If you ever want to cheer for a company, you want to cheer for this company to somehow do it. Never ever seems to hold the gains though. So I think they released 2-year reports, 2-year results of its Orion study. Never seems to hold. And there's eyes. It's starting to drift down again. Look at these. Look at that bottom. Look at that big topping tail right here. 2 months ago, I mean, it hit almost $20. All right, this is an earnings play. It's out of the price range I do like to trade, but for those of you who don't mind trading $100 stocks, look at this UPST. And it's a fairly low flow. 47 million for a $100 plus stock is very low. It's up 26%. Wow. 26%. Don't know what they do. So it's a lending platform. Okay, so coming into maybe some resistance right around, well, still got some room on the daily chart. So for those of you who don't mind, the more expensive stocks, this does still have some room. And that's the UPST, Upstart. I forgot to mention, I do have OBLN on the list. It is an earnings play, yes. And they're also, is it an earnings play? It's an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, actually, I guess they did announce. We have it on the 13th pre-market, but I guess they've also announced. I don't know when they did it. But they're also, there's the ARI guys underneath. They're also urging shareholders to approve the merger. And this is OBLN. Paradox, good morning. It's a news catalyst, eyes for that, Carlos. You'd have to dig back. It's just one of those stocks that, again, companies you'd love to see succeed, but never seems to hold its gains. But yeah, it was some kind of a news release. All right, guys, I want to get set for this open. All right, for those of you, here's Hertz. Here's Hertz on the pink sheets. Look at this. HTZGQ. All right, Ari's now underneath 18. I wish it hadn't done this. I wish it hadn't had that pop over 18. I wish it had just stayed here, but let's see what happens now for ARI. And we're now open, guys. Sorry about that. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Nothing will happen to my watch list up and down until at least 9:45. That is by design, on purpose. Yeah, this ARI is still a little too wild. Look what happened. It just popped up again. So I don't know exactly what you mean. If you're talking, yeah, so these are the ones that made the cut today, Ben. These are the ones that made the cut. You're only going to see the ones that made the cut today. Yeah, exactly. It goes through an optimization routine once the market closes, and goes through this optimization routine for I think there's about 70 strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. and those were the ones that made the cut. Personally, I wouldn't care what ones made the cut. All I would care about is having this window. Let me get this. Having this window open. The strategy trades all. Click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades All or Strategy Trades window. Have this window up and just wait for the alerts to happen. Yeah, just wait for them to happen. I wouldn't worry about what strategies are coming from. I wouldn't worry about whether it's Holly Neo, Holly 2.0, Holly Grail. Look at RMED, guys. Look at this. So this is an earnings play. Look at this pop here. RMED. Right off the bat. Okay, what is the SPY doing? So, okay, so we've got tech down, we've got the Dow down, we have the SPY down. And RMED just got halted, yes. We have a halts resumes, one of the scans that I share right here, halts resumes. Just go to my home page. Here's the tab. Go to my home page, click on the link, and then go to the scans section. And then one of the scans is halts resumes. Open is an earnings play, guys. Open is an earnings play. Didn't have very much volume in the pre-market, but look at it now. And it was actually positive in the pre-market. Now it's negative. Open, O-P-E-N. Well, if you have a chart, you can see it got halted on the way up, Richard. There's the big pop for RMED, halted on the way up. Very low float. I mean, this could be the crazy one. I mean, it's already pretty crazy. It's up 44%. There's the 200-day moving average, 642 on top of it. Oh, this crazy one. So, this is just one of these very weird ones, moving with no news all the time. IHT just popped up and got halted. IHT just got halted. And actually, in my thumbnail charts, I'm seeing a lot of pops here, guys. To start off, pops, in other words, candles that look like this. IGT, guys, keep an eye on IGT. This was an earnings play yesterday, and it is now above yesterday's high, and it still has some room. I mean, if you look left on the monthly chart, the next highs are around 25, so this still has some room. And this is again, this could be a second day continuation off earnings for IGT. Nothing will happen for the AI until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean we'll get an alert at 9:35, but that's the earliest. All right, so there's a big pullback now for the LHDX. It got up to 741 to pull all the way down to 663. So see if it recovers to get over 7 again. Could be the runner. And there, as I said, 9:35. So there was an early alert from the AI. CD Chin Data. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but it's out of a China stock. And guys, you don't have to take the alert right away. You can wait to see how it's trading a little bit if you want. I mean, it looks like it's trying to run right now, and it's I guess this was an earnings play, not an earnings play, an IPO back here. So the next high looking left. So this has got some room. The next high looking left on the daily chart is, I think, 1494. Down goes ARRY, guys. ARRY. Down it goes. Another halt, guys. APDN, another one that is halted. APDN, big active one yesterday, got up to 770 yesterday, so it is halted on the way up. RMED just resumed. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. Well, I'm sure at some point RMED is a short. It's not shortable for me, at least it's not now anyway, at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, a little bit of a run. Boy, these have just not been really that great. I'll Chamath his stock. His SPACs have not been that great over the last, well, several months now. I also see a pop for OCGN. OCGN is on the move here. OCGN on the move. I guess, look, if it takes out that high of a couple of days ago, which is around 1071, I guess it's got a shot to start to fill in this area. ARRY, guys, you might have a clue that I could be in this one. I was surprised to be able to get a fill easily. I was talking about that uptick rule. As I say, RMED is probably a short later. Of course, you know, all these ones that go parabolic, at some point they'll be a short, but right now you're on the wrong side if you're short. Let's see if there's any other news on this other than the fact that it released earnings. Yeah, no, that's the only reason, okay? The only reason. So they release earnings after hours, and it just got halted again. Trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 EPS and sales results. So that is the reason for the RMED move. Why it's up 76% is because it only has 2.7 million in the float. All right, this could be my all right, guys, I don't know who took this with me, the ARRY. Remember, I don't tell you what to trade. Sort of laid out what I was looking at. I was surprised to get it, to be honest. Here's another one on the move, guys. NMRD through 10 now. Another high flyer from a few days ago. NMRD, volume coming in, another low float, 8.8 million in the float. Oops. Well, look at NMRD just soaring here. ARI continues. There's no support because there's no real support because it's an all-time low. So there's nothing on the chart that's going to stop it from moving down. Of course, you know, eventually it's going to stop moving down, but nothing on the chart is stopping it. All right, I've just covered some. I have covered some of the ARI. I don't want to. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, but this looked too juicy to me once it broke down underneath 18 again. With all the downgrades, terrible earnings report. See if I can induce it down. I keep putting these price alerts here. See if I can keep inducing it downwards. Look at NMRD. Oh man, what a run here. All right, so we had, and there's ARI. I didn't even know that. To be honest, I did not know ARI was here. I'm sorry, here. Come on, baby. Sorry. Shameless cheerleading, I know. I'm going to put 17 now. How do I add sound? The same way as, have you ever added a sound alert? You just right click, properties. Oh, okay. The same with everything. With all the alert windows, right click, properties, actions, click on the play sound, set up the sound. You can have one of your windows text to speech. If you want to go text to speech, fine. When I say one, no point putting them all text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at when you hear the text to speech. Otherwise, use the custom sound, select. These are the folders that we have. We have 3 folders that have sound alerts. You can highlight one of the alerts, open it, play it if you like it, say okay a couple of times, and then it will get attached to the window. Okay, it'll get attached. All right, guys, this is turning into a great, so from the AI also, I'm in a little earlier than the AI on that one. And this also showed up on the gap down and go. Okay, a little bit late here. I have a delay. I purposely put a delay in my gap continuation or reverse scan for 15 minutes, just to try to let things settle down a little bit. So this could, I mean, it goes over 6 again. It could keep running. Only issue though, look at that 200-day moving average for RMED. It's just looming above it. That could stall it. NMRD did not show up in any scan that I've got. But I had it thumbnailed, okay? I just... I actually don't know really. You might want to, you can ask that question, perhaps. I have no idea which, because they get updated, they get optimized every single day. So to me, it's irrelevant, but because, you know, you might look at one that has been optimized pretty well for the last little while, and then today it's terrible. I have no idea if we actually have stats like that. If you want, you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com. I'll put that in and ask if there are some stats. But I really don't know. Oh boy, if I try to pronounce your name, Abhishek. No, you don't need a license anymore. That is really old. Brokerage Plus is included in the standard service. So there's no, I mean, I know a long time, well, quite a while ago, we used to be a licensing. Look at it. NMRD, my goodness. And now it's showing up here. And the reason why it's a little bit, well, you might think it's late because it had to make at least 60, well, I guess it's 45 now, 45 new highs. A lot of action already, guys. Okay, have you watched the video? I don't think you probably haven't watched the video. You have to, you know, there's a way in which you connect. If you're trying to use Brokerage Plus and to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Oh, well, if you click on the link, that's got nothing to do with it. You have to, you have to watch this video, okay? There are two videos there that I just popped in. The first one shows you how to connect to your IB account within Brokerage Plus, okay? Well, that's the beauty of trade ideas, Bernd, isn't it? I mean, that's the beauty of trade ideas. It almost doesn't matter, within reason, what the overall market's doing. We can always find plays. You just got to be careful with these low floaters, of course. There's the IHT. I love Benzinga. We see no reason why this is moving higher. Yeah, I wish they would remove that, Abhishek. I wish they would remove it. I have no idea. There's a real issue trying to, with the API, trying to connect with Thinkorswim, TDA, etc. There's a real issue, so I wish they would remove that coming soon because it ain't coming soon. Okay. In fact, all right, guys. Well, Ari, I'm glad when a plan comes together. If you were in the pre-market with me, hear me talking about Ari, this was the one that I really thought was going to have a terrible, well, it was already terrible because of the earnings, but I thought it would just keep collapsing. The only, and I was going to take this in the pre-market. The only thing that stopped me was because it popped up. But again, once the market opened and it took out 18 again, That's when I said, you know what? I know I typically don't take trades in the first 15 minutes, but too juicy. Well, maybe on your in your sound icon on your computer, you can certainly get it louder. It's got that'll have more to do with your sound icon on your computer itself. Yeah, I mentioned that just before the market opened. That's the Hertz on the pink sheets. Yeah, there it goes. I mentioned this just here for those of you who like to play the pink sheets. Look at this move here by Hertz. All right, guys. So Fubo now is turned. It's been a little bit of erratic though, but it is now a gap up and go. But it's been a little bit erratic. You know, I had the big downturn right here. What are the markets doing? So the Dow is down, Nas is down, SPY is down. Okay, so there's no disconnect yet. And the CPI came out, the consumer price index came out at 830. I think it was around 3.6 or something. I mean, it was expected. Okay, guys, so I have covered more of the area. Don't have very much left. Okay, it's been a while since we've seen a really cheap one in the AI. This is OXBR. Appears that they're going to release earnings a couple of days from now, pre-market. It appears. All right, guys, this is showing up on the gap down and go. This is actually an earnings play, May 11th, yeah, after hours. So this is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. SLQT, this is showing up on my gap down and go. Here's another one, the gap down and go for space, SPCE. Okay, so this is just completely fizzling, this LHDX. It's still up 25, 26%, but it is really fizzling now. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, another earnings play, guys. Curi, C-U-R-I. Okay, this is a gap down and go. It has some support, yeah, underneath 8 or 9. I think the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 880. So it does have a little bit of room to get there. No, area continues down. I say I don't have that much left. So this CD, I wish I wanted to get into this one also. I didn't take this one, unfortunately. I was concentrating on the ARI, but this has room. I mean, the CD has room. Just trying to see if there's any specific reason for this run. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason, and they're having earnings on the 20th, but so I don't see any specific reason for this run for a CD. The next high looking left. So if you're in this one, just be aware of that next high looking left, which is 1494. So it's getting very close. 15, bit of a psychological number to get through. If it can do that though, no, no, the AI doesn't work that way. You just have to wait for the alerts to happen. The AI doesn't know what stocks are going to be triggered from the strategies. It's kind of like saying, how do we know what stocks are going to make new highs or lows before they do with these filters that are in place, okay? So the AI strategies have filters in place. They have no idea what stocks are going to meet those requirements and then meet the trigger ahead of time, okay? You just have to wait for the alerts to happen. Is there a way to do the 95% thing with it? I don't know what you mean by that. Wow, this ARI, guys. I just keep putting, again, I don't have that much left, but I still have enough that if, it keeps moving down, it'll be nice. All right, guys, there's the gap up and go now for the RMED. RMED on the move again. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. This is something I am sharing this scan. It's just I just don't display it, but I am sharing it. Yeah, if you're really that interested in the different strategy, there is a PDF, I believe, that outlines most of them. So you can always go to just request that. Okay, info at trade. I'm sorry, not that one. Gotta be able to type better. Okay, so info at trade-ideas.com. I think there's a PDF out there somewhere that has, I see, I don't want to dismiss it, but personally, I just don't care about the individual strategies. And, I try to make it so simple. I just want to see what the alerts are. I don't care about the strategies. I don't care about Holly Neal, Grail, or 2.0, which I know I say every single day. I wish we just get rid of these designations. I think it just confuses people. Yeah, and every now and then, you'll get a symbol in two different strategies, every now and then. Again, I'm not trying to dismiss it, B-Call. It's just that I just think that I think people get too hung up on wanting to know, well, what does Neil mean? What does Grail mean? What does 2.0 mean? What are all the strategies? And I mean, I hate to say it like this, but who cares? Just have this window up and running and let the alerts happen as they happen and trade them as you see fit. Okay, so Abhishek, I would. You don't have to use IB's paper trading. We have paper trading right here. Okay, simulation trading. What time is it? 10:01. I'll get into this a little bit later, but if you're and it's only available if you're using our application, downloadable application, not the web-based version. But so you'll see here it says Brokerage Plus, Live, and Sim. If you click on Sim, now you're using our real-time data. There's no point in using IB's paper trading. Okay, just use our simulation, our simulator, using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. How do you get that one AI window up? From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. All right, and then this is the window that will pop up, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. And so tomorrow, assuming you do load trade ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. So another reason for the ARI, just to go over it, if you recall, when I was doing my brokers upgrades and downgrades this morning, there were 3 downgrades for ARI also, and from big brokers. So there were 3 downgrades from ARI. So, I had a lot of negative sentiment for it already. I mean, it was an earnings play, got absolutely killed on earnings, and then also you've got these brokers piling in and saying, we think it's going to go down even more. This is just another excellent one from the AI. CD, I don't know if it'll take out 15. That's the only issue right now. If you're in this one, just be aware, 15 could be a struggle. Just look left on the daily chart. You see 1495 is the high. So that it could struggle to get through that. Boy, this, we say this every now and then. All you need is sometimes just one good trade a day, and that's it. I mean, this is just a great trade. ARI. All you have to do is highlight it. Okay, you left click and a highlight, and then click flatten, and that'll get out of the position. Okay, if you just want, that's a hotkey that you can use. So just highlight the position, left click on it, and it'll highlight it, and then click flatten, and that'll get you out of the position, okay? You could also sell it here, but this is a hotkey. All right, X4. X4, yeah, this is shortable for me. Not that I want to short it now. 50,000 shares available. I see what you're talking about. I missed that. Lots of action this morning, guys. A lot of action already. Yesterday, I can't remember. Well, let's take a look. The history yesterday for the AI. This is how many alerts we had for the whole day. All right. And already today, we have this amount of alerts, or number of alerts. I would have loved to have shorted this one. This is a gap down or gap up and reverse for real, REAL. So Liz, for those of you who are looking for a lot more action, this is a great window, okay? A lot of action all day long in this window, the gap continuation or reverse. If you're new to trading, I wouldn't necessarily take a look at it because, it's a lot to digest. But if you're looking for action, the gap continuation or reverse, and that is one of the scans I'm sharing right here from my home page. Click on my home page, tab right there, click on the link. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. Click here. Here's my layout. This is the layout that you see. And then the gap continuation or reverse. It gives you a lot of ideas. But again, if you're new to trading, it might be overwhelming. All right, guys, I do want to just briefly talk about our test drive. We're in this test drive right now. So today is Wednesday, so this is the beginning of the third day of the test drive. Still an opportunity if you want to try out our software. Okay, you won't get the full 10 days now. You'll get the balance of today plus 7 days. And I'm just going to go over what the test drive. No. That's why I'm here, Abhishek. You can only use Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, okay, with Brokers Plus to work. Oh, the account type? Oh, that I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's on the account type itself. I don't know about that. I don't think it matters what account type. As long as you can establish the link. Here's my homepage tab right here, Rosina. Can you see that? You might have to scroll up. Just if you can find my homepage tab, there it is. And then here's the scan section. So let me go over the test drive. But you're in the room. I mean, I don't understand what. Okay, you know what? I'll just put the link in here. It shouldn't matter. You're in the room. It's got nothing. It's nothing to do. I shouldn't say nothing to do with Trade Ideas, but it's not on the Trade Ideas website. But anyway, there is the link right there. Okay. Okay, I'm going to click on the test drive link right now. So if you want to take part in this test drive, there is still time. The test drive started on Monday. So if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today until May the 21st. That's a week this coming Friday, okay? It costs $8.99. So again, it's not for 2 weeks. I don't want to misrepresent anything. You will not get 2 weeks. You'll get the balance of today, and it's over the following Friday. So it'll cost $8.99. You'll have access to our full premium service. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to try out the premium service, which gives you the AI alerts and more, but that's the main reason why people want our premium service, you can do so. It'll cost $8.99. When the test drive is over, it's over. What I mean by that is there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We do not put you into a subscription automatically, okay? We will have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. So that is the test drive. So there's still an opportunity to take advantage of it and try us out for the balance of today plus 7 trading days, okay, for $8.99. You know, there has been a ton of IHT halted again. Wow. Remember, it got halted on the way down. Now it's halted on the way up again. And I love Benzinga. We see no reason why this is going up. I don't know if I've ever had shorts available for IHT. Not available right now for me. Okay, guys, now remember what I was talking about with the CD? If you took that trade, I thought maybe 15 might be tough to get through. It still might happen, but I thought it might be tough to get through. So far, that is the case. CHCI, look at this one. Not an earnings play. CHCI. What do they do? Real estate properties, etc., etc. Okay, so it's a real estate play. Yeah, well, it already has started, Surf Trader. It started on Monday, but you still, if you want, you can still take part in it. You just won't get, the 10 full days. That's all. You'll get the balance of today plus until the following Friday. So it's already started. LHDX, guys, is now starting to move up again. It's surprising me. Look at this. It got all the way down to 630, almost a dollar pop. LHDX. If this takes out this high, this could really attract traders again. Okay, there's the high. 709, is that? No, it can't be. 738 is the high of the day. That could really attract traders again. It's open at 9. That's when I open it. I open it at 9 o'clock. I go from 9 to 3 Eastern time. When you say it's not updating, okay, let's make sure you're connected. Are you getting other alerts? I'm talking to Green Trades. Are you getting other alerts? You have a green ball. I guess that's the big thing. Do you have a green ball? That means you are connected. Okay, you're getting other alerts. I don't know why it's not updating. I mean, if you're, yeah, maybe reload it. Yeah, look at Wen, guys. So this is now turning into a gap up and a reverse for Wendy's, WEN. Man, this one is just continuing. Another crazy low float situation, 2.64 in the float. Yeah, I don't auto trade at all, Abhishek. Okay, I don't have the Holly on. I don't have anything on. I don't auto trade anything. Quite frankly, I don't believe in it. Okay, If you wanted to try to see what it's like, you just click on Holly and you can turn them all on just to see what it's like. I just don't recommend it. As a company, we do not recommend auto trading. I know we have the ability to do it, but if you want to, the only thing I would do if you wanted to try auto trading the entries, but managing the exits on your own. But you can always, before you would, if you're bound and determined to auto trade the AI or even one of your strategies, try it out. All you have to do is just to turn them all on, highlight them on, highlight them, enable them. Okay, now they're all on. I don't want to trade them. Okay. And make sure and click on the simulator. Okay, and you can see how it works. Man, Fubo. Another one that is, so we're getting, yesterday, I don't think we had one. Well, we might have had one, but we didn't get very many gap up and reverses. What we were getting were a lot of course, look at the market, look what it's doing. Remember yesterday we had a bit of a rally, for the day. So we were getting a lot of gap down and reverses, but with the market doing what it's doing right now, we were getting a lot more stocks that gapped up, but now they're reversing with the market. Happening. All right, guys, that's about 10:20 right now. So I think what I'll do is go into my little spiel. If you are new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. This is not special because we're in the middle of a test drive. This is what we do every single day, okay? If you are a subscriber, well, it doesn't matter. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to direct you to my homepage. A lot of information on my homepage. So my recommendation is that you save my homepage link so you can look at all this information when you want to. Here's my homepage tab is right here, right there. So you click on that link and you can save the link because there is a lot of information on my homepage, including the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Back to doing my stock of the day. I didn't do the last 2 days because I really didn't trade, but I'm trying to trade a little bit more today, and obviously with the ARI. So I do a stock of the day video. All the scans that I'm sharing, this is why I'm saying save my link, because a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Here is my layout that you see, plus a lot of different scans. All right, including this, you're looking for a lot of action, the gap continuation or reverse. Here's the halts resumes. So, and these four right here, gap up and down shared and pre-market actives up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market to find my pre-market, which of course found me the ARRY this morning. Okay, so a lot of scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. Also, we have a big education section. If you click here, I should have also mentioned, if you're going to take the test drive, if you're going to take the test drive, I would absolutely recommend that you also take a look at the 20 lessons. And it's not going to take you 20 days, but this is what you'll see. Now, literally, what is a top list? Building a top list. What are alert windows? Single stock windows. An introduction to the AI. Right here, we nicknamed her Holly. Okay. Introduction to Brokerage Plus. How to link to Brokerage Plus. A lot of information in the 20 lessons. Yeah, we've disabled that. You can't, there's no more aggressive mode, Abhishek, because that meant not obeying stops at all. So we got rid of it. Question was, how do I enter aggressive mode in Holly? More information, daily support session. So I've been talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You'll hear me referencing the YouTube room all day. At around noon, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over. Now, today is the day that Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. You have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus. He's your man, okay? He's a big user of Brokerage Plus. He does some auto trading on his own. So this is a day to really, really save up all those questions. That's every Monday between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will pop the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. It's the free trading room right here. Daily webinars. When we get back to our normal schedule, we're not having the webinars for these 2 weeks during the test drive. When we get back to a normal schedule, they are Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern time. You can sign up for them all. Again, educational videos, okay? There's a video on the AI. People ask about the AI. I try to keep it really simple, not caring about, what the differences are between all the different Holly segments we've got, the different strategies. But again, if you want to dive in a little bit more, go ahead. Here is a video on it, starting trade ideas from scratch. If you are new to trading, brand new to trading, a great little video series that was done by Michael Noss, again. And what is a stock? Starts off with, what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, a great little video series. Trading ebooks that we created. So this is why I'm saying, save my link. Lots and lots of information on my homepage. Hasn't done that for a while. Just a minute. Okay, I just have to do some rearranging, guys. Just give me a moment. All right, there you are. Okay. Just give me one more moment while I get something else up here. Okay, man, RMED is just going crazy still. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I just have to get rid of some of these windows. And our friend IHT and RMED screaming higher. Okay, when on the way down still, this is this gap up and reverse. Yeah, probably there's an upgrade paradox. Yeah, well, you have aggressive here, but what he was talking about was how do I enter aggressive mode here? Okay, I think that's what he was talking about. Not this. Yeah, well, we have ATR. right-click, configure, search, and I don't know if we call it ATR. Let me average. Just a minute here. Average. So here it is, average true range, okay? So here is the average true range right here. Yeah, yes, that will give you all of the alerts from all the AIs, okay, the different versions, Neo 2.0 and Grail. I almost feel like just getting rid of that segment so you don't even see it. Okay, LD, so all I have to do is right-click on an alert window, or any window, really, configure, and then search. And if you type in average, if you typed in average true range, you'd see it, but average, scroll down a little bit, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Average true range, okay, right there. So you can add it either as a filter or as a column to see it. Okay. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now is, again, there are new people wondering maybe what Trade Ideas is all about. Well, first of all, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. In essence, the U.S. market, we do scan the Canadian market, but really concentrate on the U.S. market. So we are a scanner. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Because I don't want to confuse people when I start talking about Brokerage Plus. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So as a scanner, this is an example of a scan I put together. Basic new highs and lows, I call it. Come on, there we go, summary. So if I click on the summary, you'll see the filters that I'm using. So this is a scan I put together. So what I'm looking for are stocks between $1 and $20. This is a really great filter that we've got. The current volume is at least 4. What that means is that it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. And I've got a minimum number of shares, etc. Okay, all I'm trying to do is show you that you start off by creating with the filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay, so that's an example of a scan. As a company, we decided that instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we would create what we considered enough alerts. These are all the alerts that we've got. I'm going to scroll down. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but all the alerts that we have. And then when you see this icon, these icons, these are the filters that we have. So we feel that for the vast majority of our customers, there's a way in which you can combine the alerts and filters to give you the type of scan that you're looking for. Okay? So you don't have to learn a programming language. Now, if you're brand new, you've heard me say, if you go to my homepage, I am sharing a lot of scans. So even if you didn't want to even create your own scans at the beginning, we're sharing a lot of scans. Just give me a moment. I just want to make sure I've got some, because I'm going to go over the channel bar also. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm just looking to see. Okay, so I'm going to go over the channel bar because, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So even if you don't know anything about Trade Ideas and you don't know how to create a scan, at least, we are going to, I can share my scans with you to get you started, but we also have this channel bar. If you click from the toolbar, if you click on New and then Channel Bar, you'll notice that we have a lot of themed channels. Okay, these are all themed channels. There's no risk management scanner, no. So for instance, I do have a pre-market, we do have a pre-market channel. We've got, this is a popular one, the Momentum, where are you? Momentum channel. These are all layouts, okay? So I just want to make sure you understand that when I say they're all layouts, if you already have a layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced by whatever you click on here. So let's just click on the Momentum channel. I'm going to show you how you can create your own layout from various scans within all these channels. These are all themed channels. So here's the Momentum channel. So here's something called Momo. All right, so all you do is you right click. You want to see what the filters are. What is it looking for? Right click, configure, click on summary, and you'll see what the filters are. So for instance, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Remember the current volume I was talking about? So it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Here's a minimum of 100,000 shares. This is the key one. The momentum, last minute's 1,000 times normal, or percent of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. My point in this, though, is that if you didn't like this price range, for instance, you could always go in and you could change it. So let's just say you wanted stocks between 10 and 100. Click on the summary, you'll see how that has changed. So let's just say that's the only change you wanted to make. You say, okay, now you've taken that scan and you've kind of customized it. Next step, right click and save or share to cloud, save. So now it's in the cloud. And I'm going to show you why I did that. Now, one of the questions we get all the time is, okay, I made a change to the Momo channel. I made a change here. Now I'm going to go to another channel. Okay, say sector status channel. I take a look at this. This actually could be rather popular for a lot of you who are looking sort of for like a heat map. These are the major sectors. You can see what's happening. So for instance, if I look at XLK, 94% of them are down. Only 5% are up. Things like that. Here are all the stocks in them, and you can scroll down. You can see, like a mat as an example. Okay, so this is it's not quite a heat sector map, but it's very close. You can, at a glance, you can see what the best sectors. I mean, look at energy. Look at energy. I mean, 100%. Every stock is up. Okay? It's called the sector status channel. Sector status channel. Now, why I'm bringing this up, notice I went to this channel. Now I'm going to go back to the Momo channel. Whoops. I just got to grab it. There we go. I'm going to go back to the Momo channel. I don't know why. Oh, there we are. Okay, I'm going to go back to this Momo scan and look. See, it says 1 in 50 instead of 10 in 100 or whatever I changed it to. The reason, and that is something that people always ask, hey, how come I made a change, I went back and the change isn't saved? Well, these channels are available for everybody, okay? So the fact that you want to make a change doesn't mean that everybody else wants to have the same change. So that's why, you make a change. If you stay on the channel, of course, the change will remain. But the minute you go off the channel and come back, the changes are not saved. That's what I'm saying. You can always take out a scan that looks interesting to you, and then you save it to the cloud. So let's go to another channel. Stock surging. Let's take a look at this one. And the action is heating up right now. Well, let's take a look at this. What is it looking for? So again, you click on summary, you see what's happening. Well, let's change that price range. Maybe a little too broad. So let's make it between 1 and 10. Say okay, or click on the summary. You see how now it's 1 and 10. So if that's what I want to do. Now you don't have to make any changes if you don't want to. But again, right click, save or share to cloud, save. So hopefully you're getting the idea. You can take a look at all of these themed channels, maybe extract a window that looks, or a scan that looks interesting. If you want to make a change to it, you can do that and then save it to the cloud. Next step, more than likely now, if you closed all, you would just have a toolbar. Now what you can do is you can start to bring those scans back one at a time. File, load from cloud, and you see they're up here. Action is heating up, Momo, these are the ones I just saved. You click on it, load it. It's on my other monitor, so it's right here. So now what you can do is you can start bringing back the scans one at a time and creating your own layout. Okay? Yeah, I'll go over the importance of stops again in a bit. I just want to explain to people, especially new, especially on the test drive. I know this is, not interesting for those of you who have been subscribers for a long time, but we're in the test drive. So I just want to show people how you can create your own scan if you want to. You don't have to. You can look at the theme channels and just remain there. You can take a look at my scans, but this is a way in which you can kind of create your own scan, and then you can add your charts that you want, the single stock window, things like that. You create your own layout. And once you've created your own layout, you do a couple of things. You can save your layout, okay? And you give it a name. I wouldn't call it default, I would give it another name and save it. And now it's saved to your computer. I would also absolutely recommend you save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Click on entire, again, give it a name and save it. So now it's in the cloud. I would save each individual window to the cloud. Good, I'm glad to hear that, Rock. Okay, I would save each individual window to the cloud also, okay? Why? Let me just get rid of this. Saving individual window to the cloud and your layout to the cloud, well, a couple things can happen. I'm on a desktop computer. If something happens to my computer, it's a pain, but I have to get a new computer or I have to reformat for whatever reason. It's a pain, but at least all I have to do is load the program, load Trade Ideas again, and then file, you got it, load from cloud. So all my layouts are here. I've got all my layouts are saved here. All my individual windows are saved here. So if you save things to the cloud, then if something happens, it's not the end of the world. Also, you can have Trade Ideas loaded or down, on as many devices as you want. So if you have a laptop, I have my desktop, I have my laptop, I have my tablet. So I can have it loaded on as many devices as I want. I can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time. But hopefully you'll see where I'm going with this. So if you have a laptop, all you have to do, and say you're using your desktop, now you want to see Trade Ideas on your laptop, you just download Trade Ideas and then file load from cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch, every single device. Okay, so that's why it's very important to save things to the cloud. Also, if you are taking this test drive, you can save everything to the cloud if you've created some layouts and created some scans yourself, or you're taking my scans and you want to save them to the cloud. If at a later date you decide you want to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email address that you used to sign up for the test drive, everything you save to the cloud will be available to you. Okay? Well, it's not repeating. That's why, Siri. it stops. Okay, that's the whole idea of not repeating. It stops. It's the first alert we had at 10:10 for IHT. The question was, why is it stopped? Because it's not repeating anymore. Okay, I'm going to get into that, Abhishek, okay? Surface or Surf Trader. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know if it'll work better than the web-based version. I really don't know. You might want to go to our tech support. I really don't know the answer to that question. Will the web-based version work better than the application if you don't have a strong internet connection? I really don't know. You can always go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask that question. I don't see why it would, but I don't know. Okay, guys, now I just want to talk about the AI. Then I'm going to get into Brokerage Plus and I'll start answering your questions, Abhishek, okay? So this is the AI at work, okay? I'm displaying it right now. Now, this is during the test drive. I display all this for the 2 weeks. Once the test drive is over, I do not display this anymore. Not fair to those of you who pay for our premium service. Okay, in the test drive, you have access to this, but once the test drive is over, of course, you won't have access to it. But this is how I would watch the AI in action. I would really make it simple on yourselves, okay? Never mind about the Holly Neo, Holly 2.0, Holly Grail. Never mind about the strategies that made the cut. These are the ones that, these are all the strategies that made the cut today. Why they made the cut? Well, an optimization routine happened last night once the market was closed and went through. Once the optimization routine was over, these are the ones that made the cut. These are the strategies that made the cut. They had the proper win percentage, profit factor combination, okay? Personally, who cares? All I would care about is tell me what alerts are coming. And this is how I would do it. I would, from the toolbar, I would click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is the window you'll see. You can then incorporate this as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning. Tomorrow when you load, assuming you load before 9:30, this window will be blank. Just wait for the alerts to happen. How you will trade these is up to you. Okay, there's no hard and fast rule. You know, you have an entry, you have a stop. And how you're going to trade them will be up to you. Okay? I'm trying to make it very, very simple. Now, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So this window here is what we call Brokerage Plus. It's a feature, it's an option for you to use if you want to. You can use this Brokerage Plus window to actually trade your account, assuming you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. Okay, that's it. I know we got a lot of questions about TDA and Thinkorswim, etc. It may or may not happen. I know we're working on it, but I have no idea when or if it will happen. So right now, if you want to trade using this window that we call Brokerage Plus, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. By the way, Abhishek, a lot of your questions are answered in this video. Futures are not available. No, just stocks. Futures or Forex, not available, okay? Abhishek, in the second video here, it goes over all of that, adding targets, adding stops, the whole bit, okay? And this is the video I'm talking about, the Brokerage Plus video. Brokerage Plus works for the standard, it works with the standard service, yes. The only time you need our premium service, and I'm a strong non-recommender. If you want to auto trade anything, you want to auto trade the AI, or you want to auto trade your own strategy. It's the only time you need our premium service using Brokerage Plus. Yeah, the second video, I'm sorry, I should have popped that in before Abhishek. The second video, it's about 27 minutes long, but it goes over all the aspects of using Brokerage Plus, talking about how to add targets and stops and all of that, okay? And some auto trading. Well, Babak, I mean, there's no such thing as a best time, all right? I can't tell you when the best time. I'm a momentum trader. I'm not great at pullback, so I am not, the person to talk to about, when is the best time to enter on a pullback. Okay, I'm not a pullback trader. Will I ever trade pullback? Sure, but my if I want to call my specialty is I like to see stocks that are making new highs of the day or new lows for the day. Doesn't mean I pile into the trade at that point, but when it does, then I start looking to see, okay, what was the pattern it's coming from, and then I'm always looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly charts to say, okay, how much more could it go before it hits resistance on these higher time frames? That's my trading style. Okay, so some other people might might have an opinion on when the best time on a pullback, but that's just not me. Live data seems to be stuck. Do you have a green ball, J6? If you look at the toolbar, do you have a green ball? Wow, the market's getting just slapped today. Again, everything's down. There's no disconnect right now. And you're 100% sure. Are you in the test drive? And you're 100% sure when you say it's stuck. How do you know, okay, charts are not updating? Now, when you say charts on updating, just so you know, we have a refresh rate on the chart. So when I click on an alert, okay, I'm getting real time here, okay? And the chart will take maybe 8 seconds to refresh. Now, that sounds terrible. So if that's what you're talking about, then, I wouldn't worry about that. The reason I say I wouldn't worry about it, I know I'm sort of digressing because I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus, but in fact, I'm surprised we haven't had that question before. So our charts do take 10 seconds or about 8 to 10 seconds to refresh, but when you click on an alert, it is real time. Now, when we first added charts to the system, which was, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, and they said that it wasn't going to be tick by tick, I said, well, that's terrible. I'm an intraday trader. I have to have tick by tick. So I had, I think, eSignal at the time. That was my charting program. And so I put the eSignal charts right beside the AI charts or the TI charts. And I wanted to see if it made a huge difference. I ran it for 2 weeks and I found out it made no difference to my style of trading at all. And I am an intraday trader. Mainly because when I click on an alert, yeah, I'm looking at the chart and everything. I'm looking to see, okay, where's the pattern? But now I'm looking in my broker, time and sales. I'm looking at the bid and ask. I'm looking to see if I want to place a trade. I'm not concentrating on this chart right now, okay? And by the time I look again, it will have refreshed. Now, if a stock is moving incredibly rapidly, sure, but this chart is not going to help me trade. I'm having to look at my time and sales to see, wow, where could I possibly add in if I want to? So, and believe me, if it didn't work for me, I would not be using the Trade Ideas charts. I'm not trying to convince you, and I know there's talk of maybe getting them tick by tick, but to me it made no difference whatsoever. No difference. You cannot customize your list of stocks in the AI. I hate saying that, but that's so. In other words, if you only wanted to see stocks under $20 or a certain price range, can't do it. As far as resistance lines, we don't have resistance lines because there are so many different ideas about where resistance is. Okay, your idea where resistance is. What you can do. You can put if you thought, now it's not going to trigger though, just so you know, but if you wanted to, if you thought, well, right there is a resistance line, okay, you could right click, mark up and put a horizontal line, okay, you could do that, but it's not going to trigger. You could put a price alert though, if you thought that was a resistance, so that if it got through that resistance, you could right click and create a price alert, at that point and save it, and then if it popped through, you would get a price alert. Thank you, my trades. Yeah, it's very subjective. It is very, but that's maybe one way you can do it. If you think that, most of the time people want to put a resistance or a support line because they think, wow, okay, if the stock gets there, I want to know about it. So that's where the price alerts, I think, actually are way better. Yeah, so it's probably not, it's not accounting for slippage and, Abhishek, it's not accounting for slippage and also for commission. So I gotta keep talking about this Brokerage Plus, okay? So if you want to trade your account, you can do so. If you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, you watch that video that I popped in, you click on live, you'll get connected. These are hotkeys you can use once you're in a trade. Flatten gets you out of a trade, half gets you out of half your trade, doubles your trade if you want. These are very, very limited hotkeys, but these are what they are. Okay? You can, of course, all you do is you click on an alert. If you want to, you pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Okay? So that's how you would do it. You can get a little more fancy. This is more advanced. You can do things like this. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. Again, you have to watch that video. I'm not going to go over any of this in any great detail. You have to watch the video. It shows you how you can do this. And so this is what we call one-click trading. And so again, you click on an alert. You like what you see on the chart. You go back, right-click, and then you can just click on how you want to trade it. It's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. Okay, so Venson, you have to have our latest beta, okay, in order to do that. So let me just pop this in. I should have mentioned that before. If you have an E-Trade account, you have to be on our latest beta. And let me just show you this. So I just popped in my homepage link for you, and it's for anybody else. If you want to trade, if you have an E-Trade account, you want to use this Brokerage Plus window, you can do so, but you have to be on our latest beta. So when you click on my link and you scroll up to where it says download software and keep scrolling down, 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 right here, okay? So you must have our beta if you want to use E-Trade to trade your account using Brokerage Plus. Now I want to emphasize this again. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. I mean, if you want to use it, and I'm only saying, I'm not trying to tell people not to use Brokerage Plus, but I think people get the wrong idea. They think, well, I guess to use Trade Ideas, I have to use Brokerage Plus, and I don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, therefore I can't use Trade Ideas. Or in order to use the AI, I must use Brokerage Plus. No, this is just a nice feature. It's there if you want to use it, but you don't have to use it. Okay? Now, I want to talk about our simulator more at length. If you look at this SPY, wow, SPY is just getting destroyed today. Not too many, there are hardly any gap up, and if I could be paying way more attention, there have got to be a ton of great gap up and reverses, and also gap down and goes. Have to be a ton of them with the market doing what it's doing. So, if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. We have a great simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And this is only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available in the web-based version. You just click on Sim, and now you're in simulation mode. I know mine looks a little bit different. I'm in a development version, okay? But in essence, you just click on Sim. I think you might have to pick the account, make sure it's in simulated mode. But other than that, now you're in simulated mode. Now you can practice trading. Same thing. You click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price. If you're shorting it, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. Look at this one, AUTL. Now, how I like to demonstrate this to start off with is how you can maybe take a trade on a pullback. A lot of people do like to do that. So let's take a look at AUTL as an example. It's moving higher, but you don't want to chase it. You don't want to take the trade right now. But maybe if it pulled back to the low of that candle, maybe you want to take the trade, or right there, 575, maybe a little bit of a support area. So you would pick how many shares you want to trade. What did I say? 576. I'm going to put 576 in both boxes. Both boxes, 576. I'm going to click the buy button and you will see a nice big blue line on the chart, okay? So if AUTL moves down to 576, it'll take the trade. And this is all in simulation mode, okay? Obviously, if you have an IB account or E-Trade account, you can do the same thing. Everything I'm doing now is, of course, if you're connected to your live account, the same thing. But I'm just talking about in the simulator right now. Now, if at some point you think, wow, the market's still moving down, I don't really know if I want to get involved in anything long right now, or something, it starts moving, I just don't like the way it's trading, you can always go to the orders, right click, and you can just cancel the order. Okay, but I'll leave it in. Let's see what happens. Okay, now I want to talk about money management. So again, if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you're stubborn. I don't teach trading, but the only thing I will try to emphasize is you must have a stop. Well, that's how I trade. I always have a stop. So what do I mean by that? So if I get into a trade, I have to have a price where I'm going to get out of that trade if the trade works against me. Guess what? Not every time you get into a trade is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out when it stops working for you. So again, if you're new to trading, you might say, okay, that sounds great, but how do I know what price? How do I know where I should put that price? Well, that is where practice is going to come in. Looking at a chart, seeing where there looks like an area, like right here. If you look at this 2-minute chart, just as an example, look at all the action right here at this price. If it broke down through that, that means, in my opinion, that means that little support area is probably no longer support, and it's broken down through support, so you should be out. I'm just looking at a 2-minute chart. A lot of people will look at higher time frames, 5, 15-minute charts, same sort of thing. So this is a matter of kind of sizing up where you think support is on a chart and saying, okay, if it broke down through that, I should be out of this trade. I'm just move on. Okay? So let's take a trade in the simulator. And let's see. This AUTL is just, did that get halted before? Did not get halted, okay. Now, something's going on with this one. It's not a super low float, 66 million in the float. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this YPF trade. Now, I wouldn't be wild about taking it. Why? Because I'm looking left on this daily chart, and I see, there's probably some resistance right there, some up here. I'm only looking at it because I noticed it showed up on my options place. But for the purposes of showing you, how you can put a stop and why it's important to obey your stop, etc., I am going to take this trade. And I'm going to put the stop at 392, okay? And this is just to make the math super easy. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to take it right at the market because it's only a 1-cent spread. So you see it took it at 413. This is in the simulator. I am going to add a stop order. I'm going to put it at 393. Not because that's the ideal stop. I'm just trying to make the math easy. Because here's the second concept. If you know, now remember, before you take a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out of the trade. because that is going to share size you. You don't go into, in my opinion anyway, you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. If you know where your stop is, then you should know, again, where you're going to get out if the trade doesn't work for you. Then here's the next concept. Let's say you have a $5,000 account. You know, you have $5,000 in your account. You're not going to risk, at least you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade, as an example. So let's just say your account size says, okay, yeah, I can manage, I can risk $100 a trade. What do I mean by that is that if I get stopped out, the most I want to lose is $100. You know, that's what I'm prepared to lose on the trade if it works against me. So this is why I took 500 shares in this particular case. If I take my entry price, 413, minus my stop price, 393, which is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, assuming I want to risk $100 a trade, I get 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times 20 cents, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals 100. I know it says 97.50. There's a bit of rounding that goes on here. All right? So there's two concepts. You have to know where you're going to get out, okay? And then that will share size you. Now, here's the next thing. So let's say you have taken a long time, you've practiced trading for a while, month, 2 months, 3 months, how long it's going to take, and now you're finally going to connect to a live account. You're all excited, you can't wait, you make your first trade, and it starts working against you. So now the second guessing starts coming into play. You start thinking, well, man, I mean, this should work. I mean, the setup was good. I'm hearing good things about this company. Maybe I didn't know exactly where that stop should be. You know, I'm still kind of new to trading. Maybe I didn't quite get it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my stop down. In other words, I'm not going to obey that stop that I put in. And you start moving it down. Now, even if you don't have, you know, even if you're connected to an IB account or E-Trade, because that's all, you know, even if you're don't have IB or E-Trade, you know, your broker will have a way in which you can put a stop in the same way, okay? But I'm just showing you on the chart. So again, it starts moving down to your new stop. So now you say, it's gonna bounce. I know it's gonna bounce. You keep moving your stop down. Come on, keep down there. Okay, so now look at this. If I let this go down to 370, I'm out $212 instead of my manageable $100. And you keep moving it down because you just cannot believe. You keep saying to yourself, it's going to bounce, it's going to bounce. And now, finally you get out of the trade, maybe with a very unmanageable $500 loss, and you're kicking yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay, and that's going to happen. The inner demons are at play, right? You just will not, because you get stubborn about it. So how to counteract that? Of course, take all the emotion out of trading, leave your stop in, you get stopped out, so be it, you move on. You can always get back into the trade if it sets up again a second time. You can sort of look at it this way. Well, maybe I got into the trade a little bit early, and then it set up again, the same setup. I can always try it again. And that, to me, is such an important concept as money management, if you're going to take this seriously. Okay, as far as setting up a target, I don't put targets on, but if you want to set up a target, the rule of thumb would be this, okay? If you get into a trade, and I have, in this particular case, if I have a 20-cent stop, when you get into a trade, you should be always striving for at least what we call a 1-for-2 risk reward. At least. Some people will say a 1-for-3. What do I mean by that? So if you get into a trade and you have a 20-cent stop, you should have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on that trade. In other words, you know, double your stop. Some people will say 3 times, so 60 cents. So how do you determine that? So for instance, I mean, again, I was just using this as an example. When I look at this, I'm thinking, man, it might struggle to get through a 430. I'm in this at what, 413. For me to make 40 cents on this trade, it has to get up to what, 453. I would look at this and go, you know, it's probably not it's not a trade I would take. I was just using this to demonstrate, okay? because I look at this and I think, man, this could easily stall right around 440. That is not a good enough reward to risk reward. Okay? Does that make sense? So yeah, when you get into a trade, so in other words, I don't want to risk 20 cents, and if I see what I think is a lot of resistance and 5 cents above, I'll never take that trade. Never, 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 never. Why would I want to risk 20 cents to make 5 cents? Okay, it's just not good math. So you can put a target in, and if I put a target in this one, I can add the target order. And let's just put it at, I'll put it at 453. And you will see that on the chart, there it is. It'll show up here. So here's a couple of things. Let's just say, a lot of people ask about trailing stops. And I know the concept of trailing stops. I don't use trailing stops. One of the reasons I don't use trailing stops, again, this is just my style of trading. I am typically and never, ever more than 2 trades at a time. If you are new to trading, do not go crazy and be in 5, 10 trades at a time. Okay, start off, be in 1 trade at a time so you can kind of manage it. All right, because this is what I'd be doing. If the trade starts working well for me, I would just start using this. I would start moving my stop up right on the chart and putting it in another area, right there. For instance, let's just say this trade really started working. I'm looking at this 2-minute chart. Let's just say I got up to 430. I could easily put my new stop at 411, right here. I can move that stop up to 411. Let's assume again that this was up at 430, 440. There would be my new stop. I could keep moving my stop up right on the chart, putting it in an area on the chart that makes sense, as opposed to what I consider just some kind of a made up number on a trailing stop. Well, I want to have a trailing stop of 0.5% or 10 cents below or 20 cents below. It's not really based on anything. Now listen, if you're in a lot of trades at the same time, sure, hard to manage if you've got 10 trades open at the same time and you have 10 charts and you're trying to move up and down and trying to keep track. That's why I'm saying, though, even though I guess what I would call an experienced trader, I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. But I do get it. A lot of people are, real trade junkies and they want the action all day long. That's just not me. Same thing here. Let's just say it starts approaching that price. You don't have to, you could always move this up. Or let's say it starts stalling. You could always move it down. Okay, you don't have to obey this target just because you've put it there. No, Mark. A stop is a stop. If it blows through, if you get a bottoming tail and it goes right through, no, a stop is a stop is a stop. If you're running it in automatic fashion, a stop is a stop. The system doesn't know that. Well, there was a big bottoming tail and then it came back up. It goes to that price. You're going to get stopped out. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. All right, Vincent, let me see if I can answer your question. Well, you can't get the TI. If you're asking, can you have the TI or AI, the AI? AI is the question is, I mean, we get the question quite a bit. Can I have the AI analyze a stock that I'm looking to trade? The answer is no. But you can set up an alert window or a top list window and if you just, let me just show you, and I'll answer your question, J3948, okay? So maybe this answers your question, Vincent. So one of the things you can do is, if you right click on an alert window or a top list window, configure, symbol lists, you see where it says single symbol. So you could put the SPY in here. Okay, and then you could put all of those, an alert for the crossing of the 200 SMA. If the alert exists, then you can use it to show you when these things are happening. Okay, so you use a single symbol. Just type in your case, you would type in SPY. You would put the alerts that you're looking for, and you'll get the alert. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, low float. So you're hearing me talk about the float a lot. Well, Chris is moving though, and it's not, wow, what a move. I know you guys have been talking about this. What a move. Okay, so here is, first of all, the 20 lessons, Golden Joe. I think that'll help, number one. Okay, number one. Number two, if you go to my homepage, I'll pop my homepage link in. And listen, I have to try to manage people's expectations too. Nobody will become an expert after this 10-day trial using, in this 10-day trial, you're not going to become an expert at trade ideas, okay? But if you take a look at my homepage link, Golden Joe, okay, and I'm just going to show you something here. And I put the link in to the YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to my homepage, okay? So this is what you're going to see. If you go to the education section, click here. There's the 20 lessons that I just popped in. But also if you scroll down, educational videos. So starting trade ideas from scratch, and some videos about the AI, okay? So this should help you. Okay? Meanwhile, Chris, my goodness, you would never know that the market is doing this at the market. I mean, this is what trade ideas is so good at, finding these sort of moves. Not obscure. I mean, well, Chris is what I would call a rather obscure stock. I haven't seen this in a long time. I remember this. I remember when it did this. But look at all the weeks that it did absolutely zip. Okay, but trade ideas is so good at finding these, what we call alpha stocks that are kind of moving. They don't care what the market's doing. They're moving on their own. So let me talk, okay, Jamie, there is a trick you can do. If you right click on any alert window or top list window, okay, and in the search, if you type in EPS, this is just a trick. Okay, there's the EPS filter. Add the filter. And if you put like 0.001, I mean, it doesn't matter how many zeros row, and then minus in the max, minus 0.001. Okay, actually, I'll make sure that 0 is in there. So 0, I'll get it right, minus 0.001. Okay, all I'm doing here is this is because only stocks, of course, have earnings. ETFs don't. So this will block any ETF. Okay, it probably should block the funds and the trusts also. Okay. So that's a trick that you can add to every alert window or top list window, your EPS filter. Okay? Make sense? And what you can do is you can create an alert window. I should go over this. You can create an alert window and a top list window, and you can put in as many, like there might be certain things you always want to see in every single alert window or top list window. And obviously you want the symbol, you probably want the time, you want the price, you want the volume. There may be other things that you always want to see. Oh, so including maybe that EPS, okay? So you create your alert window of everything that you normally would want to see, and then right click and save as default. So when you start a new alert window, you'll have all the columns that you generally always want to see and all the filters that you want to see, okay? Minimize a window. How do you get it back? Well, there's one way. If you click on Windows, you can say Show All. Then it'll show all the every window that you have minimized. Number one. Man, what is happening with Chris? Yeah. So Mark, the question was, why don't I see Chris in here? The reason being is that the strategies that made the cut, for whatever reason, Chris did not satisfy the filter values. Okay, it's really that simple. For whatever reason, you know, the event that was created did not trigger Chris. There might have been another strategy, AI strategy, that didn't make the cut today that would have shown Chris, as an example. Okay, the AI is based on like here are the strategies that made the cut. You know, a lot of them made the cut out of the 70 odd. Why they made the cut is because last night, once the market was closed, the AI went through this optimization routine through all the strategies, and these are the ones that made the cut based on they had the proper profit factor and win percentage combination. It's very possible that there was a strategy that would have shown Chris, it just didn't make the cut today. Well, Chris showed up, here, my basic new highs and lows, as an example. The first alert was at 1054, the price was 1050. This is just in the basic new highs and lows, okay? One of the scans I'm sharing. There are no ways to, okay, I think I know what you mean, Jato, as far as halt levels. No. If you're looking for a halt level ahead of time, no. I mean, we have a halts resumes, okay, but you know, when you see it, it's already halted, so no. You can almost guess though, you know, when we see a stock doing something crazy, you know, and Zach is really good. I mean, you can almost predict, wow, that's going up too quickly, too fast, it's going to get halted. And sure enough, it usually gets halted. Now, again, talking about level 2, no, we don't supply level 2. That is from your broker. Mixed emotions about level 2. I don't use it, but I'm just trying to see why I don't see any reason for, oh, wait a minute. I'm not on the, no, there we go. Yeah, so there is news. Updated data, 2 abstracts for CA4948 accepted. I don't know if is it a virus play? I don't even know if it's a virus play. No. Accepted for presentation at the European Hematology Association 2021 Virtual Congress. So this is the news. This is the big news that popped it up. That is from Interactive Brokers. I want to see if this, yeah, so it was in our news also. Ah, okay, JC. So there are only, the question was, how do I see the SPY all the time? I don't want it to change. With our charts, there are only 2 options. You right click on the chart and go to properties, and it says symbol linking. So you can either have it checked or you have it unchecked. So it should be obvious. I've got it checked on these 6 time frames here. That's why when I click on an alert, they all change. I have it okay, they all change. I have it unchecked for the SPY. That's why the SPY doesn't change. Okay, JC? Yeah, so this is not okay, so welcome, by the way. This is not a room that's going to tell you, well, you should take this. The reason why Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas is because we're an idea generator, okay? So we're generating ideas, and, you know, you have to have some experience. You have to be able to, okay, I see, you know, this is obviously a stock that's moving. Maybe if it rests a bit, finds a little bit of support and then starts to move again, maybe I take the trade. Maybe I have to look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart to check to see, well, okay, how much room can it keep going until it encounters some chart resistance? If you don't know about chart resistance, then I would really suggest that, you know, you really have to learn. Well, in fact, one of the sections, and it's a great primer. You click on my homepage tab. Click on my homepage tab, and this is what you'll see. Okay, and you go to this education section, click here, and you scroll down. Oh, education, sorry, back to basics. Back to basics, okay? I mean, if you're new to trading, I really suggest you watch this. This is 36 very short videos, starting off literally, what is a stock? Introduction to charts, okay? If you're new to trading. But this is not a room in which I, nor anybody else, will tell you what to buy or sell. We generate ideas, and, you know, sometimes somebody will look at, I'll start talking about a stock, and they go, yeah, I see what he's talking about. Maybe I'll take that trade, but I'm never ever going to say, take this trade. So real-time data. So Phil, if you're talking, real-time data is included. Now, if you want to trade your IB account, you always need real-time data from your broker. Okay. But if you're just looking at this information here, this is all real-time data. Okay. When we get an alert here, that's real-time. It's using our provider, our data provider. But if you want to trade your IB account or E-Trade, you know, you need real-time data, yes. Well, Golden Joe, I mean, if you're an experienced trader, then you probably have an idea about what you like to trade. So typically, we feel we've got enough alerts and filters that you can, with the right combination, you can start to see the looks that you want. If you're calling yourself an experienced day trader, I can't tell you what that's going to be because I don't know your trading style. Okay, and even if I did, you know, it would require maybe a little bit of trial and error. But I mean, for my style of trading, you know, I'm always looking at, I mean, if you're a day trader, you should always be wanting to look at stocks, of course, that are, I mean, make sense, that are moving. Look at the relative volume for this CRIS as an example. This is a great filter that I would use in every single stock, in every single window if I am, wanting to day trade, because this is going to show me, I mean, right now 32, that means it's trading 32 times normal what it has normally done over the last, say, 14 days. Okay? Up to this point, up to this time, 11:30. So, I mean, that's obviously extremely abnormal. Doesn't mean that, you just, when you pile into the trade right now, but that's a great filter, a relative volume filter. Okay? Well, Golden Joe, the alert windows are all real time. Okay? So you can set it up so when you get an alert, we have properties. The question was, how can I get it to call out my symbol? Well, we have, if you, again, are you taking the test drive? Or are you not a subscriber at all and you're just sort of in the YouTube room? You're not taking the test drive? The reason I say that is that, I mean, yes, to answer your question in a general way, you can set up a sound alert on any of the windows. If you only have one, if you have a very special one and you want the system to actually call it out to you, yeah, you can go text to speech and it'll call the symbol out to you. Okay? So are you using some of my, are you using, Golden Joe, are you using some of my, yeah, okay, so sorry, Suhaib, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right, probably Suhaib. Anyway, I'll have a video for you that shows you how you can set up your own watch list. We call it a symbol list, so you can track the symbols that you want. Okay? Well, if you trade IB within Trade Ideas, you're linked to you're linked to IB then. So I'm not sure I understand the question. Well, if it's shouting out, so Golden Joe, yeah, okay, I think I know why my trade. So Golden Joe, I mean, if you're it's shouting out or it's alerting you. You must have, maybe you loaded one of mine. I do apologize. I thought I put all the sound alerts off, took them off the windows. Okay, so I think what's happened is this, my trades. Give me a moment. I always forget how to find it. Properties. Give me a moment here. Right. Okay. I think you're going to find that the ones that are popping up, okay, my trade. So right click, go to properties, actions. You probably have this checked, show alert window. And I would uncheck it, okay? Especially unless you only want the window to pop up when you get an alert, which is fine if it's some window that's only going to give you 2 or 3 alerts a day. I guess that's fine. Otherwise, what's going to happen is it'll keep popping up every time you get an alert. Okay? So probably if you right click, I would uncheck that. I never have them checked, never. Because if I minimize it, if I minimize a window that is really active and I have that checked, it's going to pop up every time. It's going to drive me nuts. So just uncheck that. Not, okay, Rosanna, no. If you're talking in a general sense, no. You cannot have indicators on the charts for pre-market highs and lows. Excuse me. Obviously, you know, if you looked at a chart, okay, so FUBO. So right there is the pre-market high. I could create a price alert. There's the pre-market low. I could create a price alert, but not automatically drawn lines, if that's what you're talking about. There is no level 2 with us, okay? It's your broker, from your broker. We don't supply level 2. We won't, and we never will. So man, oh man, look at this Oxpro, now 10% on that short. You cannot customize the AI, no, Golden Joe. No, you can go limit. You can go at the price you want. Be call. You can go at the price you want. You know, sometimes the AI is today is a pretty active day, I guess. Yeah, very active day. Yesterday, as an example, you know, these are the alerts we had. That was it. So, because we get the question all the time, how many alerts will you get? You know, it varies from day to day. I would say, I mean, this is a very active day. So the criteria, I mean, Golden Joe, again, you have to understand that what happens is this, is that we have about 65 to 70 AI strategies. When the market closes tonight, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine, looks at all those strategies, starts fiddling around with the filter values, and once the routine is over, there will be some of the strategies will make the cut. These are the ones today that made the cut based on, you know, what happened last night once the market closed and the optimization routine. Tomorrow, you know, maybe only 5 make the cut. We have no idea. So that's sort of the criteria. Why they make the cut? Because they had the correct profit factor and win percentage combination. You can't control that, okay? You know, all I say is that you just let the alerts happen. Yeah, these are what we, yeah, we have what we call our baseline strategies that it runs through every night. Yes, our baseline strategies. This, for instance, is not a base. This is just something I've put together. You know, if I back tested this, it'd probably be terrible. I don't care. I want to see the alerts. These are just ideas. They're not back tested or anything. But I use it like a watch list. You know, I would never take every single trade. I have a certain criteria for taking trades. I like the ones under $20. That's just me. I would, you know, I don't take a trade the second I see it if I'm following it closely enough. You know, I like to see how it's trading. I like to see, you know, for instance, I mentioned this one earlier, the CD. Okay, I mentioned that. Okay, I mean it's still looking okay, but I also mentioned if you were in this trade, you know, you got to be aware that 1507 is the next high looking left. 15 might be a struggle to get through. So far it is, right? So far it is. It's struggling to get through 15. Now if it can get through 15 and it can take out that high that's right there at 1507, hey, then it's got a shot to get up to that 1560 level. Is it going to? I don't know. Yeah, I would say absolutely. I mean, you can trade them as you want, Vicky, obviously, but I mean, they're more designed for people who can't sit in front of a computer all day long. Let me talk a little bit about the signal strength. So this is a relatively new service that we started, I think probably about a month ago, I guess. Well, these are okay. Okay, I'm going to talk about strength alerts in a second here. Well, the entry time means that's where it triggered. Okay, the entry time. So for instance, Oxbridge, the entry price was 219. That was a real-time alert. You didn't have to get in right then, and that was the time when the alert happened. Just like here, okay, Chris at 11:21. Now it's obviously fallen back, but at 11:21 there was a real-time alert. It hits at 7, and the price was 17.40. Right up here. Okay, so the same thing with the AI. There was a real-time alert at 9:46, and the price was 219. And so it's sort of laid out for you. There's a stop. And so you manage to trade as you see fit. I know a lot of people, and I'm starting to use this phrase over and over again, not trying to be flip about it, but the AI is not a magic money machine, okay? You just turn it on every day and let it run, and at the end of the day, you count your money. Unfortunately, it's not like that. Okay, we always talk about, here's your entry, here's your stop, manage the trades. I mean, if you want to take the trade right off the bat, nothing probably wrong, though I would always be looking. For instance, let's just say for argument's sake, at 219, there was a ton of resistance just above it. You look at the chart and say, wow, at 225, there's a bunch of resistance. I wouldn't take the trade, as an example. So how do you turn on voice alert? I'm sorry. Ghislaine. So in an alert window, you right click, properties, actions, and then check play sound, set up the sound. You can have one window, text to speech, text to voice, okay? One window. Why I say one window? Because the whole idea of sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear the alert, you know which window to look at. If you put text to speech on every one of them, you'll have no idea which window to look at. So yeah, you can put one of them text to speech. Otherwise, use custom sound, select, and here are 3 folders that we have. Each folder has some price alerts in them. You can click on one of them, open it, you can play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then it will get attached to that alert window. Okay? Well, it'll always give an exit price, Mark. Okay? It always, but the fact of the matter is, the AI has, for instance, it got out of this one at $2. It's still in this one, CD, it's still in this one. That's why it hasn't had an exit price. It is still in the trade. If that is blank, that means it's still in the trade. Now, why does it get out? I mean, there are some reasons, an exit reason. Okay, sometimes a lot of them will have a target. Some are dollar targets. Sometimes it's a percent target. Sometimes it'll look at, even if the target isn't hit, but it'll look at the way it's trading. For instance, an algorithm will kick it, but you don't have to follow this, guys, exactly, okay? This is in auto mode, getting you out. For instance, let's just say Chris was an AI alert. Get something else. No, I'll take Chris. Let's just say Chris was an AI alert. And it got in right here, okay, right there. And it started moving up higher, and for whatever reason, there was the target, okay? It hit the target, and it exited the trade. Why would you exit the trade? As it's moving higher and higher and higher. That's why we're always saying manage the exits on your own. So to me, the targets, the only reason there is a target is because every strategy gets optimized with a target in mind, okay? That's the overall strategy. I would always treat the individual alerts you get from the strategy on their own. I mean, look at this one. So it got out at $2, but this is still probably, Well, it depends. I mean, there looks like there's some support down here. You can see though, if it took out that 185, this is still maybe a viable trade. Like there's a lot to trading, guys. Trading is not easy. You know, I know everybody wants it just to be automatic. It ain't that simple, sorry. No. Okay, just a moment, please. I just lost my headset, so just a minute. I got to change. All right. Well, it just means if you're looking at the let's just take a look at one of them. You're talking about in the channel bar EV as an example. It just means the filters aren't met. So I'm not sure what you're talking about when you say EV. It shows only one stock. I don't know what you mean. I mean, I'm on the EV channel and it's showing a lot of different stocks. Here, I mean, here they are, and these are top list windows showing. Here are this is the multi-strategy window. Now, if you're looking at this one and you're just seeing one stock, well, that this is the last one that triggered as an example. If it's empty for you, do you have a green bar or a green ball in the in your toolbar that's showing you that you are connected? That's the only thing. The only reason I can see it. Is it red? Is it a red ball, or is it green? Okay. The only other thing I can think of. How about go to another channel? Go to another channel. The only other thing I can think of is that you did not complete the exchange agreements, or you did not click on momentum. What are you seeing? If you're not seeing anything, that means even though you might have a green ball, it means that there's something wrong with your account. And in which case, I'm going to have to send you to, I'll give you our home page so you can have them take a look at your account. Okay, if you're not getting anything, yeah, you didn't do the agreements. Yeah, I've got to do the agreements. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to send you to our home page, and they can give you, well, first of all, they'll be able to tell you immediately if you did fill out the agreements. If you know you didn't, then go back and fill them out. The reason why we have to charge even the $8.99, we'd love to do it for free, but the exchange wants, we have to pay them for the data. So we've got, over 2,000 people and counting in this test drive, so we've got to pay for the data. They don't care that we want to give out a free test drive. Well, the ratio is a 100. I mean, that's the max. I'm not sure what you mean, Misha. No, do not pin them, Phil. Okay, do not pin windows. Do not pin. So when you say your own platform, you're talking about making your own layout. Once you have your layout on the screen that you want, okay, once you have that layout, then File, Save or Share to Cloud, click on Entire, and then give the layout a name and save it. Okay, number one. Number two, you can also save it to your computer. Right now, what you've done is you've saved it to the cloud. File, save layout, and you can give it a name and save it. Okay? Do not pin your windows. So signal strength. Let me get back to that before I take my break, about 10 minutes from now. I'll pop this into the room again. I think we have over 10,000. I'm not sure real. Okay, so there's the strength alerts. Okay, so what does this mean? If you click on the strength alerts, this is a new service we started about a month ago. You click on it. So it's really entry level. For $17 a month, every Monday morning, we'll send you 5 stocks that might be of interest to you to trade. It's based on an algorithm. It's a ranking algorithm. And it takes the top 5 for that week. Okay, and how you're going to trade them will be up to you. Okay, but they are ideas. So Vicky, you ask, are they it's designed for people who can't sit at a computer all day long. But, I noticed Best Buy, as an example, is in the list. And Best Buy, on Monday, look what it did. So, obviously you could have traded that out as an example. But how you trade them will be up to you. Now, this is a service that if you have trade ideas, this is available to everybody. It's one of the channels that we have, new channel bar. So if you have trade ideas, you don't have to pay us $17 a month. It's right here, the Strength Alerts channel, okay? Let me just see. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about, Misha. Well, first of all, I'm going to go to Help. Yeah, I don't know. I've never used that filter. What are you saying? You can't put 110 or some crazy ratio? I don't know. I don't know if it's a bug. It's a ratio 100%. I don't know. Okay, well, I think 100% would be very extraordinary anyway, so I'm not sure why you need anything more than 100%. But I've never tried that one, so you might want to. No, I know what's a ratio. Well, it says it's a percent, isn't it? But percent or ratio doesn't matter. This is in here I've got. I've got 300%, which is a ratio of 3, obviously. I don't know. I'd have to send you to our homepage. Okay? I don't know, Misha. I just don't know. I'll have to send you to our homepage. You can ask that question. I have no idea. you can go ahead and no, not on the sector channel, no. GL. Now you can add your own sector. You know, I have a spider sector list, but no, you cannot add any other sectors to that sector channel. No. I have my spider sector list, but of course it's not as extensive as that sector status channel. So the answer is no, you cannot add any other sectors to it. Meanwhile, Mother Earth, Gaia, look at this one. I mean, we've got some, you'd never know the market is down like it is and moving down further. Look at all the great alerts we're getting. I don't think you can configure it out without the date, but you just shrink it. Okay, I think all you have to do is shrink it. Okay, so if you're seeing this, if you're seeing the date, just grab the right hand corner and move it. Okay. I don't think you that's what I do anyway. I don't think you can actually. I don't think there's an option that says don't include date in the time column. Well, yeah, how you're going to manage the trade will be up to you, Ghislaine. You know, in theory for swing trades, you know, but we don't make any recommendations one way or the other. You know, it's an idea for people who can't sit in front of a computer all day long. Yeah, if you didn't want to, yeah, if you didn't want to see something, but I mean, you know, I would never do that. But if you didn't want to see something, you can always put a volume minimum on any one of our alerts. My minimum here, I think, is 400,000 shares. I guarantee by the end of the day that will be well over 1 million shares. You know, because it's just one of these things. But yeah, if you only want to see stocks, you know, minimum 1 million shares, of course. Yeah, I mean, but you don't have to be so quick. I mean, I think people get, and again, I'm not directing you absolutely at you. You know, do you have to be really, really quick to get into the AI alerts? They're not set up to, you know, to make 5 cents a trade. All right. So you could have waited on this ARI for a while. You could have seen how it was traded. Look how it popped up. You see how it was trading. If you liked what you saw, if you thought, yeah, there's no real resistance, you could have got in that trade at 1640, 1630. You know, it got down to what? You know, 1610. I'm sorry, this is 1730, 1740. Okay, I mean, there's a dollar move right now. I never take a trade. I never, ever, even if I get one of these alerts, it's not like I get an alert and I hop into it immediately. I'm always going to take a quick look. Okay, where could there be some resistance? You know, do I want to pile in? Do I want to get into this right now? What's the pattern it's coming from? You know, this is only going to come with experience. Okay, trading is not easy. I know I say that a lot. Trading is not easy, and it takes some experience. You can't expect to be a great trader in a week. Okay. That is correct, JC. Guys, GLBE just launched. This is an IPO. Notice I put a price alert at $1. That therefore I know it also showed up in the Halts Resume. So GLBE just came out. It's an IPO. This is a bit of a quirk with our Halts Resumes. Many times a stock will show up as resumed even though it's when it's an IPO. Yes, the surfing, it just goes through all your top list windows that you have. It goes through the top 3. It'll load the charts one after another. Then it'll move on to the next top list, do the same thing. Also, if the AI, it'll take a look at the top 3 as you have them sorted in the AI. Okay, and it'll keep cycling through them all over and over and over and over and over again until you tell it to stop. Telling it to stop. This is, here's how you turn surfing on. So this is a toggle on and off. Or if you click on an alert, that'll stop it also. So watch when I start surfing, I click on an alert, it stops. If I want to pause surfing, if I see a chart, I want to see it a little more, I just go to the chart. And if I want to trade it, of course I can trade it. When I back off the chart, it will resume surfing. Okay, guys, Michael Noss is going to be and this is a good opportunity for a lot of you who have Brokerage Plus questions, etc. He is definitely just want to make sure, I think he's notifying me that he will be in the room. Okay, I think he can start now. So are you in the room? Okay, you're in the room now, Michael, aren't you? So I'm going to take my break now, guys. Okay, you started? Okay, great. All right, guys, Michael is taking over. I'm going to put the YouTube link in to the room so that you guys can head over there. I'll probably take a break till about 12:30 to 12:40. So while I'm gone, you can ask him questions, all right? So just give me a moment here. There it is. There's a YouTube link, so you can head over there. Okay, Michael, I'll stop streaming right now.
All right, everyone, let me get set up here. First, check the sound. Okay, that seemed to work. And then if I hit this button, where is it? That one. You guys should be able to see my little demo screen here as well. Hey, Sam, sounds on. Yeah, CR. Yeah, that was a bit of a monster. I wish I could say I traded that as good as I could have, for sure. So again, if anyone is new here, essentially what we do is we take an hour and we give Barry some much needed time off to rest his voice and recuperate a bit, and we open up the chat to just questions, Q&A, whatever it is that you want to know. Just to introduce myself, because there may be new people here because of the test drive. My name's Michael Noss. I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006. I've been consulting now with Trade Ideas for almost 5 years now or so, kind of focusing on the Brokerage Plus side of things and the algorithm side of things. Holly, I've built a fair amount of that and things like that. So kind of the resident math nerd around here, but been trading for a long time, been using Trade Ideas for a long time, so I certainly can answer any questions you guys may have. So new people or test drivers or non-test drivers, feel free to ask away, and the more questions there are, the less waffling I'll do about the markets, but it's generally what I'll do to share to save time. We generally don't have too much prepared because we want to leave as much of this open to Q&A type things as we can. So first of all, I guess while we're waiting for questions, just take a quick look at the market. Once this thing opens up there a bit. So as we can tell, the market's selling off a bit. If you guys been on Fin Twitter or anything like that, they're, obviously freaking out. I like to zoom out a little bit, even for a year, and just see that, this is so far the same kind of pullback we've seen many, many times that have been met with buying. So until then, it's innocent until proven guilty in my eyes. But those are the pullbacks that we're seeing. I'm watching trend line support that we have here, we have a long way to get there, but that's been kind of the overall trend from the beginning. So I'm going to watch to see what happens there. And so far we're holding under this support area, but it'll be interesting to see if that continues. So I see some questions come in here. First of all, I was trying gap percentage strategy today. I had a filter set up for pre-market gap up or down by at least one volume in true range at least 50 cents. Miss Chris. Well, did Chris gap at all? Doesn't mean it's a bad strategy, right? Whatever. Yeah, Chris didn't gap at all. It basically opened exactly where it closed, so that wouldn't have shown up on a gap scanner at all. What I would say is that to the people who are trying to look at a symbol and then say, I want to build a scan for that, you're going to have a hard time. You're always going to be chasing the dragon, right? Because every setup looks a little bit different. I always suggest going at it the other way around. What is your trading setup that you have a trading plan for that's been tested and you have it all written down? If you don't have a trading plan, stop trading and make one. And then build scans that find things based off your trading plan. Instead of, right, there's really no way to predict things like Chris, right? That's just kind of a news event out of nowhere. Now, if you're a short-term scalper and your trading plan wants you to chase moves like Chris, that was, by the time you would have seen it, it would have gone from, 9 to 10, so a 10% move already. If that's your plan, then go through and I would look at the increased volume type of things. That's probably going to be your earliest warning on something like that. I want to create a new layout similar to the sector status. I want to create a symbol list for each. I create a symbol list for each ETF and create the alert window similar to what's showing now. Is that my assumption? Yeah, so for the symbol lists, you can add them to anything. So if you're trying to build a symbol list scan, grab any scan that you have that's built however you'd like it, right click and go into configure, and we have the symbol list tabs. So you can either create your own symbol lists in the back office or in the program under tools and symbol lists. But we have our own already here as well. So for example, you said you mentioned the XLK. Well, the XLK is right here. So if you click add existing lists and you go down to sector ETF and then you go down to XLK, that will add in your XLK tickers for you. And then again, you can add this to any list you would like. Doesn't matter what the list is, right? You could add it to a top list or an alert window or a multi-strategy window, or even put it in Brokerage Plus and have them auto trade it. But for the XLK, again, there are two options for getting that. I would probably suggest just using ours, but if you want it one a little bit more updates quicker, or there's some problem that you found with ours, you can go to the Spider's website and they will give you the holdings of all of their ETFs, and then you can just add them from there. Jay's asking about the arrows. That's just something I have a little YouTube channel and stuff like that, so I installed this third-party program to do that. So it's just a presenter program. Please show how to place a limit order with a stop loss and sell target price? Well, you can create a limit order. Let's just go and do our old tried and true to Apple. And let's say we're going to do 1 share of Apple. So then a limit order, you're just going to go through and type in whatever price you want here. So if I want to put a limit price at 120, I can do that. And as soon as I click the buy order, it will put out a limit down there at 120. On the stop loss, right? If you want to put out a stop loss, you'll just you can make this market. This one, I should highlight that one. This one right here will be market. And then you just type in whatever stop price that you have here as well. Obviously make sure, your account is selected, right? So if I wanted to put a stop loss at, what was it, 25.91, I could click that and that will put out a stop loss. And then a profit target would just be another limit order. Now, if you want to combine all these together so that you can just right click to have them happen, let me send you, first of all, just so that you have this, this Brokerage Plus intro video will walk you through step by step how to build them in Brokerage Plus, because it's a little bit complicated. So if I show you live, you may forget some of it. So check that video out. There's timestamps and everything included in it, so you'll make sure that you're getting the right stuff. And then you can, fast forward, rewind, do all of that. But what you'll do is you'll just open up in the strategies tab of Brokerage Plus. You can right click and create a new strategy. Point it to whatever account you want. If you're new, please start with the sim. Like, there's no sense risking a lot of stuff if you don't know what you're doing. That would be silly. Call it whatever you want. Make sure it's either long or short, and then just go through and fill these out over time. Like, when do you want strategies to initiate between? That's going to depend on you and your trading style, right? How many symbols do you want to be allowed to trade per day? So just check all these as they kind of correspond. What do you want to do? Do I want to trade, say 100 shares per position? I can do that. When it comes to the limit orders or the entry orders, I suggest always stick with limit. And then for time and force, you can do day, good for day, or good to cancel. That's when you want the order to cancel. This is going to be how aggressive your order is. So the more negative the limit offset, the more aggressive that order is. The more positive it is, the more passive. And then for risk management, whatever you decide is in your written and tested trading plan for risk management. You can go through and you can click filters, or again, if you're new, I would stick with percent and dollars, right? So if you click percent and say I want to risk 10% on a position, and then my target is going to then be 20%. You can click percent and 20%. Then the last tab is just hold time. So if you want to exit it manually, you'd leave that at none. If you want it to exit by the end of the day, you could click at time and whatever time you want it to exit the trade. And then for swing trades, you can have it exit at market open or close a number of days from there. And then as soon as you get that filled in, you can right click and you can hit trade, and your new strategy will pop up right here. If you want it to just activate on the chart, that new strategy you selected, just make sure you right click on the strategy and click default chart trading strategy. And that's the long and short of it. Again, the video will go through a little bit more detail, and the beauty of the video is you can pause and rewind if there's something you miss or anything like that. So another question, what would your strategy be for people who have an hour a day to trade passively? What's my channel? I might have to change the name on it, but YouTube. My suggestion for always what's a good strategy is the one that you have written and tested. I always think trading strategies are a lot like diets, where what is optimal is irrelevant if you're not going to follow it. So what you create is what is going to make the most sense. Now, if you're trading the first hour of the day and you want the action there's obviously any number of things you could do. Gappers would probably be the most common. I'm actually going to save this just because I just made some changes to my layout, and I always save to the cloud. Your gappers would be the ones to watch, right? Your alpha predators and momentum ones. These are those very fast moving stocks for if you only have an hour to scalp. I would check those out for sure. Trading the gap is another one as well. But again, it's all personality driven. Sorry if I missed it, but how did Barry set an alert? So if you want to set an alert on a stock, just right click on the chart and you can say create price alert will be right here. So for example, if I click this, it will bring up a box and then I can fill in all the details, whether it's long or short. I can put in some notes for myself, things like that. And then it will alert the system when that system or when it gets there. Hey, Razak, how's it going? Michael, do you have an intraday double bottom alert window for 1 minute? I don't have one, but if you click new and alert windows, and the beauty is this is pretty much how you'll find anything in Trade Ideas. So I always double click start from scratch just because I want to pull out whatever's in there. But if you're looking for double bottoms, let's just search for it. So I just went under search and I went double. And you can see there's a double bottom and a double top right there. So if I select this one, then I need to put all of the other rules that are in my trading plan, like what volume, what price, this or that or the other thing. But if I click double bottom, what it's going to do is it's just going to start spitting out things that it thinks are double bottoms. Now you notice that when I was in there was hours of trading. Because a double bottom, it doesn't matter the time frame of the chart, of course, right? But this is basically how many hours you want to be between the two bottom ones. So if I just wanted to say like 0.5 or something, it's going to mean that those bottoms are happening pretty close together, right? And that's, the best kind of you can do with pattern recognition software, which is a bit unperfect, but do you see value in using TrendSpider with Trade Ideas? I always say that Trade Ideas I could not trade without because I use their auto trader and things like this. TrendSpider I use for crypto trading, and I like some of the analysis tools on it. So there is, again, it depends on your style. And what it is that you like to use it with, right? For example, the indicators, although we're expanding the indicator base, are a little bit more limited with Trade Ideas. So if it's something that you're a big indicator guy, then you may need some kind of supplementals, but you can link the two, so you can actually be running most charting softwares kind of beside the something like Trade Ideas. If you use Trade Ideas for Brokerage Plus, if you use it for scanning and alerting, that type of thing, but you have another charting platform that you like, you can link the two together in most cases. Is there a way to copy an alert window? Yeah, so you can just right click and then just click duplicate and it will just make another copy for you. So that one's an easy one. You go through and duplicate those and then change, because I know what you're doing is you're changing the ETFs in the background. So you could just, if you find a setup you like, you could just click duplicate 5 or 6 times and then just go into the back and change the symbol list that they're pointed to. Is tick count measured? No, we don't. We don't do anything really sub 1 minute. Just not the game. We're not a kind of high frequency trading type of deal. kind of thing. Can we automate with a custom strategy, or it has to be Holly? No, you can automate with whatever strategy you want. So basically anything that you build into an alert window. Let me just open up a random alert window. Any alert window that kind of exists, you can then go and just plug it into Brokerage Plus. So the video that I posted above, I'll grab that and repost it for you. We'll show you kind of exactly how to do that step by step. But yeah, anything that's an alert window, you can just put into Brokerage Plus. So all you do is you save it to the cloud, and then when you're right-clicking in the Strategies tab of Brokerage Plus, you just click Load from Cloud, and you can find it there, and then just add it, and then attach all the rules that you'd like to see for it when it comes to, the entry style, your stop loss, things like that. But yeah, so if it's an alert window, you can trade it. Is there any way to get a list of symbols that are going to start trading today on the market? Not within the system, but you can go and just Google IPOs for whatever date it is, and it will give you there. That's an easy one, so we don't really necessarily need to build that in. Volume profile, not yet. TrendSpider has it, but we'll be building stuff like that in soon. How do I find more about that Holly strategy? For sure, you can actually, let me get you a website. Yeah, we've got, just looking for it here. There we go. We've got this PDF right here. Oh, is this one a little older? Let me just see here. Yeah, that's a... If you actually want to email in at info@trade-ideas.com, they can get that for you. There is a website somewhere. I'm just failing to find it right now while I'm on stream, but they can get you that website. There's a website that gives you a brief description of each individual strategy. Now, being that I built this one, essentially what it's just looking for is an oversold bounce in stocks, right? So it's looking for a stock that's down multiple 15-minute candles in a row, and it looks like it's reversing. Is kind of the main premise there, but there's a whole PDF that they can get you for that. Let me see where I was. Linking to TradingView, all you have to do is you go Tools, External Linking, right here, and then add a link, and just follow the direction that it gives you here. So you have to hold the shift key, and then you would go over to your TradingView window, and you just let the shift key go, and then click OK, and it won't work in this case. But then when you click on a symbol, it should update in TradingView for you. That one actually links really good. How do I quickly change the symbol on a chart? Well, you just click on the chart and just start typing. So GME, right? I can click and just go lows. Also, right, if I click on anything within the charts, you notice that these update, but then these don't. And that's just because on these other ones, I've just right-clicked, and under properties, I've just turned off symbol linking. So I can leave these charts to stocks that I'm watching and thumbnail charts. And then these ones will update based off of what I click. IPO Scoop. That's a good website. That's a good one for the upcoming IPOs. 15 on how to trade. Again, it's going to be up to your trading plan. Now, one thing that Trade Ideas did that may help you new traders who are just looking for our help on the actual, not so much the software, but just learning to trade. We actually put together, let me put this in here, a free, 100% free. It's 39 lessons. It's with myself and my wife actually during lockdown last year, that we basically went through. She had never touched a stock or traded a stock or anything. And we went through the entire process of what is a stock, all the way down to trading. Because I'm just looking at all those questions, and they are going to be whatever your trading plan is, right? Whatever you've done as a trading plan and then tested it thoroughly, making sure that it's been back tested in some way and you've done something other than just look at a handful of charts to confirm that it's valid, and then go from there. If there was one simple way to make money in the markets, that way would be, destroyed, right? And that's the entire concept of the AI, is that it's updating its trading plans frequently. So that seems like a complicated trading strategy that you're putting out. And if it's something that you've tested and it makes sense, then what I would do is just take some time and develop go through the Trade Ideas University stuff and then go and build that in. But I can't just look at that and say if that's a good trading strategy or not, because you'd need to test it, right? If anybody tells me anything of, hey, you should do this with trading, the first thing I do is I go and I test it, because you should be able to, either using the Trade Ideas backtester, like if I grab this, I don't even know how well this would work, but I can back test this and I can say, would this have made or lost money over the last little bit? This is going to look great in this market and it's going to be awful in most, but you have to test things, right? And you've got to test them over different market conditions, and you've got to, right? So scroll back could be as simple as just scrolling back on the charts and going through and saying, okay, well, my plan is to do an opening range break and just see how that would work. Build it into the system first and then start testing it. Because I've been trading for many years, and I've got basically 2 swing trading strategies and 1 or 2 day trading strategies, which I employ, and that's about it. But the devil's always in the details, right? The nuance of it, the when to adapt, the when to, no trading strategy works forever. So you have to change and update and all of that. So, that's all the stuff that you need in your trading plan, is all that nuanced, when does the strategy not work and you have to retire? Because no strategy works forever and all time. So you need to figure out when to adapt. How do you adapt? How do you rewrite it? Under what circumstances will it underperform? And you have to go back and test. And that's not the fun stuff of trading, but that's the devil in the details that really makes the difference, whether or not someone's profitable or not. Can you create an alert window for an indicator that you haven't built within Trade Ideas? For example, rate of change or force index? No, it has to be built into Trade Ideas in order to scan for it. Does Trade Ideas have a hedge fund powered by the AI? No, hedge funds are regulatory nightmares. Plus, again, we don't suggest just turning on the AI and walking away and trying to make money that way. That's, there has to be a human element to it, for sure. I think all algorithms need a human element for them, or something like, IBM Watson or something like that would be kind of the king of all of trading. So knowing that, we make it as an alerting tool, and we give the ability to auto trade it for people who want to take that jump. But There are professional traders we know out there using the AI in combination with their own trading plans, but nothing just to set it and forget it kind of thing. How do you run the odds maker? So first of all, you need an alert window. It can only be run on an alert window, and then you just right click, and then there is a backtest strategy button, and that will bring up this window in which, just like with how Brokerage Plus works, it gives you all of these settings. Like, when do you want to initiate trades? Like, so say I want to sit out the first, I don't know, half hour of the day, and I want to be done, maybe an hour before the close, right? You'd set that up. Your timed exit, how long do you want to hold the trade? You want to hold it till the end of the day or for a period of time or multiple days for that. Risk management, what you want to do for risk management, stop losses, that type of thing. Advanced tab, again, if you're new, I would just make sure that test days is up to 64 and just ignore the rest of this for now. And I love these summary tabs, which just give kind of a plain English definition of kind of what's going on there. And then you just click whether you want it to buy for a long trade or sell for a short. So if we click sell, it will go through. And essentially what it's doing with the backtester is it's saying, okay, what would happen if every symbol that came through here, the first time a symbol came through this each day, that we took a short position, and with the risk management protocols that you put in, and basically the entry time that you put in, so it will ignore the first hour and the last hour or whatever I set it as. And then what would happen, and it tracks every trade that comes through that alert window back and says, okay, this was the price, and follows it based off 1 minute candles. So no, super hyper scalping sub 1 minute stuff. But it tracks the high, low, open, and close of the 1 minute candles from the entry until when the exit is. And it will give you, now everything's a little bit sluggish right now. I'm on a pre-production build that I'm testing, but it should, I might have to reset connection here. It will just output those numbers for you, right? So you can very much see, like, for example, if you're running this and saying, hey, I want to make sure that this is what I'm trading, you can say, okay, this would be the results. And then again, that's what I was talking about when we were talking about trading plans, is that you can go through and say, hey, is this something that would even make sense? Take your time, learn the system, build it into the system, run the back test. And if it turns out it's horrible, it doesn't mean don't use it. It means that it's not, it does not back test well. So it might mean it's a purely discretionary type of thing where you're not so much interested in learning the, just trading everything that comes up, but you're using it as a scan and you're applying your eye to it from there. If I want to run some simple math you can run simple math on any filter that's within Trade Ideas. I would check out this video here that should walk you through all of the custom formulas and exactly what you can do with them. Note that, the filter has to exist, and you can essentially only do it for today's data and yesterday's data. So for example, if you wanted to know what the volume was 2 days ago, you cannot do that. But if I wanted to take the price and divide it by the dividend paid out for a dividend yield, you can do that, and that video will walk you through exactly how to do that. So the formula has to exist, obviously, within the system initially. Question, I missed that one. What channels do I trade with? I build my own. Now, I am the maker of the algorithm behind strength alerts, so I do use this one as well. And what strength alerts are, for people who are interested, it's essentially an algorithm that we came up with for swing traders and for people who kind of may not be able to commit to the full program. But like everything we do in Trade Ideas, we're not going to give people who buy our service something that people who just buy this email newsletter doesn't. So what happens is on Sunday, it's usually on Monday, but we're changing it this week. So it'll be Sunday evening, Sunday night sometime. You will be emailed something that looks just like this, that shows 5 symbols that have been back tested over, let me see if I can find, over 5 years to outperform the market. Now these aren't day traders, but yeah, so here is, you guys can see that, right? Yeah, okay. So this is basically rolling your portfolio into these symbols as opposed to the SPY. You can see the outperformance that occurs. So what we do is we give you the top 5 of this relative strength index that's looking for stocks that are strong relative to the market. So you get this email, and again, this is for people who may not be ready to use the full product, or may like that other gentleman said, he had a job to get to. This is kind of the product built for you guys, and it's $17 a month. So it's a very, very, we're not making a whole lot of money from this, but the hope is that by giving you symbols like this will help you build your own kind of trading account and experience, and that when it's time to go full tilt, you'll remember us. You can go through and just read all about the reason that the algorithm picked this and everything behind that, right? Best Buy was obviously the standout winner from when it was announced right here. And the next day it shot up like 10%, giving you a great little gain there before the selling of the market started. So I use this channel a fair amount just because these are statistically proven to be successful. So I'll scan through them every day and see if I can find something. Like for example, with AIG, I'm watching to see if we hold above 50 for a couple days and then push higher. I'll look to pick them up there. That's more or less the main channels I use, and then I build my own channels. So this one here, for example, I'll load up at night, and it has just one giant chart, a couple scans I like, and then I have this one here, right, that just you guys were seeing earlier. That's more of my day trading. This particular version of Trade Ideas is just for demonstration purposes for you guys. So I'm connected to the sim, and I make sure everything's nice and clean and that kind of stuff. But I do the same thing on my own account where I just build my own channels. So what I suggest for new users is play around with the channels and find ones that you like. But then every time you find a scan you like, just right click on it and click Save to Cloud. And then eventually, when you've got something that you like, enough scans that you like, you can load all of those scans from the cloud and put them wherever you want and have it set up however you want and go from there. Because the channels are great, and I use, say the pre-market channel, I'll go into the morning, and I'll into the after hours channel in the afternoon, that type of thing. But most people that do things with Trade Ideas end up just building their own, end up kind of constructing their own channels, because they, everybody looks at the market a little bit differently. Again, at least I hope so, right? The people who just want to follow something usually have, in my experience, the hardest time. Is there a way to draw support and resistance automatically in TI charts? No, but you can just click on this horizontal line right here and draw support and resistance wherever you think it is. That's one of those really subjective things, right? I am a CMT, so a chartered market technician, which for those who don't know is just a degree that means that I've spent many years studying academically things like charts. go to CMT symposiums and talk to all of them. If you put 10 traders in a room and you tell them all to draw a support and resistance line on this chart, they're going to pick it completely differently, right? Everybody's going to determine support and resistance in a different way, based off time horizon and what they look at. Some people include the wicks, and some people just include the body, things like that. So you can draw them, but no, we don't have them automatically, just because everybody's completely different with what they consider support and what they consider resistance. Oop. Jeez, hitting all kinds of buttons. Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, that'd be something interesting to take a look at, but it is just a very very subjective type of a thing. Sorry, just grabbing a quick drink here. Can you connect more than one account to Brokerage Plus at the same time? Yeah. So the only thing you need to make sure is that that the trader workstation logon you have has access to all those accounts. I do this myself with my own trading. I've got retirement account and then also active margin accounts. And then all you do is, when it's connected, for me it will only say simulated trading on this one, but in each strategy you go to accounts and you click, and when you do this drop down, it will show all the different accounts with IB, and then you just click on what strategy you want to go to what account. So for example, my retirement account, I do most of my swing trading in my retirement account because I don't have to pay taxes on it and myriad of other personal finance type reasons. But with the retirement account, there are stipulations, at least up here in Canada where I am, where you can't short and you can't go on margin and things like that. So the strategies I have set up for it reflect that. Whereas my day trading account, since I know I'm going to be in cash or mostly in cash every night, I point those to more aggressive strategies that will trade larger, again knowing that I'm not going to be exposed to overnight risk, and I have access to things like shorting and margin and things like that. I see a question about back testing and optimization, so let me see if I can run this. These back tests generally, I will say, run very quick. What's going on right now is we have an extra 20% of our user base, and it's kind of taxing the servers a bit. We're ordering, and spinning up more things, but it just takes a little time. In the meantime, can I review the trade of the week, which I will, don't worry, but there's one quick question here. Multiple strategies are for trading strategies, I assume you're talking about. For trading strategies, like for a stop loss, a profit target, all that, it's whatever happens first, and it will automatically cancel the rest. So for example, I still use the simulator. This isn't just for you guys, but I use the simulator to test new strategies, because why would, no sane person would test a brand new trading strategy with real money. So I like the fact that we have a simulator that I can connect to both my real account and a sim. So these are all sim trades that you see, whether it's an actual strategy that I'm trying to build and refine. And for PRTY here, you can see I have both a target and a stop, and you're not seeing it, but there's also a time stop in there that will close me out 5 minutes before the end of the day. And that will be with whatever happens first. So, if I get stopped out here, then it will cancel the target and it will cancel the time stop, and vice versa, all the way around. So the trade of the week was USO, which is just great because if we compare USO to SPY to QQQ, right, IWM, everything's falling apart, but oil and energy seem to be relatively strong. And if there's one piece of advice I can give for new traders who are developing their trading plan, is to try to block that natural inclination of chasing the things that are tanking and buying those, and instead focus on whatever's strongest. Because there's been a myriad of academic studies done, tests galore, basically showing that things that are strong generally will tend to stay stronger, until they don't. Right, that obviously stops eventually, but you're better off. It's an easier life, I would say, going after the strong stuff. And I understand why people try to chase things that are beaten up, because the potential reward is way greater. But for us as traders, if we got another little move, even like this, right? If it did that, that would be a great little trade. You take that money and you go into whatever's strong after that and rinse and repeat. But basically, what I think Steve was looking at from this is just kind of a little cup and handle. Big rounded base here, and then this little tight consolidation right into the push, and then again the insane relative strength that oil and dirty energy has had in the last little bit, as I think was the main reason behind it. So still struggling here with this back tester. I've pinged the guys to maybe kick the hamster or something like that, but. Or you know what I should just do? I should just. It may be because I'm trying to do thousands and thousands and thousands of trades, so I'll just go put a relative volume of 5 in her. So the question is, how do I scan for volatile stocks? I would just say that partly it's going to depend on your definition of volatility. We have our own definition. So if you wanted to take any scan that you wanted to build for volatile stocks, you can go and search. And if you start typing in volatility, we have these two. Now, how we define these two is basically the average size of a 15-minute candle. So, for example, if you put under volatility here and this one, you set that minimum to $1, you're going to find stocks that are pretty volatile in that respect. Now, you could say, today's range, you could define volatile stocks like that. So what today's range kind of as a percentage that it says right here is, this will have today's range versus an ATR. So how much, which is just ATR just stands for average true range. So you'll be finding things there that will, that'll be trading above and beyond what their ATR is. So if that's how you define volatility, you can do that. Another quick one to look at, and look at all these and see which ones fit yours. But these running up and running down nows are very interesting because, for example, here on running up now, you can click on this and you can specify, $5, and you can say, I want things that are running up $5 in now will basically be in the next few minutes. So those are some different ways to define volatility. Again, time horizon, things like this will matter. But lastly, I think I said the last one was last one, but you can also just type in range. And if you go down to the filters, you can specify, average true range, today's range, 2-minute range, 5-minute range, right, 15, all the way up to a year. Yeah, 20-day range, right? So you can go pretty crazy with it. So, if you're a swing trader and you want things with like a high 5-day range, I would take a look at that. If you're a really shorter term scalper, you might want things with high 2-minute range or 5-minute range. So I would check those out. Now for optimization, of a scan, I would so there's a couple different ways to optimize. First of all, make sure that you're doing this in a somewhat sensible way and just not letting the system guide. But as soon as you get to the optimization tab, basically how to look at this is it's parsing the data by different metrics, right? So in this scenario, it's simply time of day. So what it's doing is it's saying on initiation, if you look in through here, you can actually see I would probably be best on this strategy just running it from 10 until 12, because after that, things get a little bit worse. You can go to symbol. I don't think there's really any value to this, to be honest, but and then all you can optimize by anything that you see here. And again, what it's doing is it's sorting the data for you differently visually. So for example, average true range. If I set this interval to maybe 50 cents, what it's doing is it's showing me based off every 50-cent interval of the average true range exactly what the performance is from that. If I go into let's just do change from the 10-day SMA, right? It's basically saying here is a pretty good one where we're saying, okay, if it's under the 10-day SMA, and I know that because it says 0 to -50, it doesn't do very well, right? Of the 180 trades that happened when it was under the 10-day SMA for this strategy, it performed poorly. When it was above the 10-day SMA, it performed better. And that's the main purpose of optimization, is you're able to say, okay, I've built this scan based off my trading plan. I've done some visual testing. I've done all this work. And now I'm able to go through and actually back test it. But I want to see, for example, how does the 200 period moving average affect my strategy? Or does it? And it just gives you some clues to say, maybe I should look to refine this, or maybe I should look to refine that, or something like this. Change from the close on this one, it kind of may make sense to get things that are higher than change of the close, or the data may say no, it's just kind of in this 10 to 15 area is probably your best bet. So that's mainly how the optimization tab works. Is the important thing to make sure is that you avoid curve fitting. And what curve fitting is lazy statistics. So, people who basically, it says, hey, you should only trade things that are below the 200-day moving average. And you just take that at face value. The one thing I suggest when you're doing those optimizations is you say, I always say, think about it like a trader before you make a change. Does this matter? If you're building a 5-minute scalping strategy and it says that the quarterly dividend growth is important to it, you should take a step back and say, well, is it really? If I'm in and out of the stock in an hour, does it care that they grew earnings last year, right? So just, take a second and make sure that you're kind of making sure it makes sense by eye, kind of thing. How can I get the industry sector on a single stock window? Oh yeah, you can just go through and right click. And under configure, here is all of, everything that you can add to it. Selected columns. But yeah, we can go to I don't know how you would do that. I don't know if you can do that other than looking at it up top here. these should be the only ones. Oh, more. I don't think. Oh, that's. I think you can only grab what's here, Sam, for the industry and sector. But I just look at it right in the title bar here. I thought I had it at one point. Might have just been a glitch. Yeah, but it's only things on that list you can add. But it should be up on the top, and unless you're really shrunk down like that or something, it might not show up. And always note you can have multiple windows open. So for example, if you duplicate this, which I know a lot of people will do, you can have the profile up there as well. So you could just maybe put the profile like right below. And then as you change things, this might be a little workaround. As you change things, it will change. It will change all the industries and sectors there. Yeah, I've seen it in my single stock window too. To be honest, I just don't know how I got it there. If I figure it out, I'll let you know. But it may have just gotten there. Again, I'm always, you got to remember, I'm always on experimental versions, so it may be something coming. What I'm showing you guys now isn't super experimental, but I'm always on crazy versions. So if I figure it out, I'll certainly let you know. But this would probably be the easiest workaround, is just extend that shorter. On the charts, can I increase the width of the indicator of the chart line? Not currently. That's something that's going to be added in the near future. We're going to add a little bit more. Right now, you can only customize colors, but we're going to start adding more indicators and more customizations. That's actually one thing that I'm doing, in my day job kind of thing, is going through and trying to build out more indicators and things like that. Just to make sure we have that for you guys. But yeah, we're gonna add. There's a whole bunch of updates to Trade Ideas coming. I can't talk too much about them, but it was one of those things we were kind of trying to push to before the test drive, but it's just not ready yet. So, people who stick around after the test drive, there'll be a lot of cool things come in. The watermark can't be customized either. You can remove it if you don't like it, but you can't customize the watermark right now. If I had the double top head and shoulder alert setup, it does produce alerts, but doesn't tell me which of the two fired. Yeah, it will. So under type, make sure you have the type column right here. So for example, if I add to this, double top, right, I can add that, put that in. You can see that it changes that. So if I run everything from today, you'll see that this symbol right here will change as well, as long as the wording right here. So this says, right, triple top, and this one will say cross below support. So it should certainly do that for you. If not, you may need to just right click and under configure, go into columns, and you can add type. And the type column will add this box. And then if you add the description column, it will add this box right here. No, we don't have the number of prints for today. That's a filter that we're looking to add as well. We have the average number of prints, but that wouldn't necessarily be indicative of volatility, though, right? Because, GE has done way more trades than this WISA, right? From both a volume and from a print standpoint, it would have done more. And GE is obviously way less volatile than that one. So, I'd be careful using that as a metric for volatility because it just might not be that accurate. GME perking up a little bit here. I was watching this little tiny candle right here. It seems like it's trying something. They're giving it a shot here. I'm rooting for the kids. I don't think they got a chance, but I hope they get something going on. We monitor dark pools with the large print kind of the best we can. You can't really look into dark pools. It's, why they're dark. But we have a filter that's for block trades. So that will get any large trade that actually shows up on the print or on the tape. You can add that one. I like it as kind of sometimes an indication of, if you see a massive print go through and then you look at the stock and it looks good technically, that's kind of an interesting way that you can grab that. But, dark pool, trying to get dark pool data is incredibly difficult because, again, the whole point of dark pool data is that it's hidden. So they're not gonna make that open and true if they can avoid it, which I think we can all agree dark pools in general are probably something that should go the way of the dinosaur. Like, why don't we just have a market where all the trades occur on the market? Man, just looking at my other scans here, and everything's red. Not only markets, crypto, futures. It's they're selling, that's for sure. Doge is back down. What a world. Okay, I think Barry's going to be tapping me on the shoulder here for a second. So again, thanks for everyone for coming out. There's an hour each day. We do this each day. If the beauty of it is there's a different person. So if you want to get a different perspective on maybe some of your questions, some of your questions, there'll be someone here different tomorrow. If there's just maybe different people know more. If you want to hear my perspective on things, then as always, there's the YouTube channel that I'll put here, and I'm on Wednesdays. So next Wednesday I'll be back kind of same time, same channel, and we will see. I'm just waiting for Barry to give me the all clear so I don't just kind of cut everything off mid. For that one-click question, right before I go, let me just grab the Brokerage Plus setup video here. I would take a look at that. That's going to walk in kind of great detail how to make sure you have everything set up and to make sure that's good to go, because it's a bit of a process. So just while I'm switching over to Barry, I would check out that video and that will explain that to you.
All right, guys, I think you can hear me back in YouTube. All right. Yeah, he's just directing you to the video. I mean, it talks all about one-click trading. All right, so it's an advanced feature though. Okay, when you say specific, I wish Michael had been here and you'd asked that question. I mean, as far as I know, no. I mean, I just have my one account in Interactive Brokers. I don't think it matters what account you're using. Okay? I don't think it matters what account type you're using from Interactive Brokers. No. You have to have IB Pro, though. You can't be using IB Lite. Oh, it was for he's gone. He's gone. Okay, so 15 Challenger. Okay, so we do have a couple of volume filters, all right? This might help you. If first of all, I'll make sure you're listening, or you can hear me, or not hear me, but see what I'm going to do. No, not that fine. No, not that fine. I mean, we have some volume filters, you know, that will show you stocks that are, you know, the volume in 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute, which if you put a high, like I use for the ones I want to see that really firing right now, I might use 1,000% the volume 1 minute. So that's comparing previous 1 minute candles, volume bars, okay? But it's not going to be as specific as you're asking, okay? Yeah, no, not as specific as you're going to as you're asking. Yeah, airy all day long, no kidding. So I'm interested in this one. You know, I wasn't able to take this one, but I mean, if this gets up to, you know, 15.15 CD, I'll probably take this trade because it's got some room. 15. It's got a little bit of room to around that 15.60 mark. So yeah, only the one trade today, guys, but a doozy. ARRY. Let's see what Zach has shared here. That's it? And my guess is that you just flipped this one. If you did, I'm going to show people how you can do that. Oh, so this is so this is not an RSI one. This is six standard deviations. Oh, okay, cool. Now what I would do is move the symbol over there. Yeah, so WISA was on my list. It's an earnings play. That's right. It is an earnings play, and it's just catching fire now. See a lot of this happening, guys. Stocks that are really active early. Now, this one was still pretty active, and then they just kind of base for a while. Then between 1 and 3, all of a sudden, they get charged again. Look at I wish I don't have it anymore, but my goodness. Well, I did say this could be an all-dayer. I actually told the guys at Trade Ideas, when I first saw this right around here when I was doing my pre-market work, I said, guys, this could be an all-dayer. And boy, was it ever. So even from my watch list at $9.45, $17. Again, it would have appeared earlier, but I do put a delay of 15 minutes on my watch list. Okay, guys, so just a word about what you're seeing here too, this YPF. So this was in the simulator. I was just demonstrating how to take a trade in the simulator a lot earlier. A couple of columns to draw attention to. Look at the max P&L and look at the open P&L, all right? So the max P&L, what this is telling me is that if I had got out while I still own the stock, at the absolute top, which would have been right up here at, 425, so it's not that far away, I would have made $82. At this point, I'm up $42, okay? I'm up $42 at this point. Now, this is not such a dramatic difference. Let's just say I'm going to flatten. I want to get out of this trade. I'm just going to show you how to do that. I flattened. I got out of the trade. So if the max P&L had been some huge number, like $500, $600, and when I got out, it was only I exited for $47. Obviously, not a good exit. All right, so this can kind of is a bit of a gauge because common comment is, I'm always getting out of a trade too early, or or too late. Things like that. So this can kind of give you a gauge about how good are your exits, okay? The other one is the distance from the exit price. So at this point, I got out at 423. It's still sitting at 423. What I would want to see is a big negative number, which would mean that when I got out, it is, 30, 40 cents below. If that said minus 40 cents, that would mean that's a pretty good exit. Wherever I got out, that was a good exit, as an example. So to have these two columns, these three, the max P&L, the closed P&L, and the distance from the exit price, gives you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. If you don't have these columns and you want them, all you have to do is right-click, column, start from scratch again. Right-click on any column header, right-click, columns, and then they're in alphabetical order. Okay, you can add them. You don't have to. I just find it's a very interesting way to kind of give me an idea about how good are my exits. The other thing is that if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward, and it will. So you can practice swing trading also. All right, guys. Well, see if anything interesting is happening right now. I'm not getting any new alerts. All right. Well, I may be able to answer that for you, JB. I mean, obviously, less than 15. So it's 0 to 15 instead of 0 to 30. But he just wants the super overbought or oversold ones, I guess. I mean, that to me is that would be the answer I think he would give you. I mean, he could do it at 30, but he wants the really oversold ones. Okay, you have to be out of the trade, Saeed, okay? You do have to be out of the trade. So this is going to tell you the distance from the exit price wherever you got out of the trade. Okay, so a question I have from somebody in our YouTube room. What's my strategy for entering stocks after you have selected them? Do you wait for the volume to reach levels near market open level plus a lower EMA going over higher EMA? So for the latter, no. First of all, most of the stocks that I'm looking at are going to have extraordinary volume, okay? Not just the absolute volume, but the relative volume. 23 right there for ARRY. Okay, so it's not just the absolute volume I'm looking at. So most of the stocks, I'm not even concerned about volume because they're usually very active all day. Especially something like an ARRY, which is an earnings play. You just know that earnings plays, they're just going to be active all day. Very rarely are they just going to sit there. So number one. Number two, for me, for the ARRY, as an example, when I was talking about it in the pre-market, I was saying, and this is very specific to ARRY, of course, but what I was saying is that I actually wanted to take it in the pre-market, but then it popped over 8 because it broke down through 18. I'm a big believer of these whole numbers as being, these whole numbers can really be an impediment. So what I always like to see is something breaking down below a whole number if I'm going to short it. And then, but look what it did. It broke down below it, but then it popped right back up. So, I just sort of shied away from it. When it broke down through 18 again, though, that's when I got really, really interested again. And, I looked at it. I saw the analyst downgrades. It's an earnings play. It's just being absolutely hammered. So I took the trade. That was my thought process on ARI. The volume, of course, was huge in the pre-market also. But it had nothing to do with EMAs. I mean, that is that one, okay? I mean, other ones could be completely different. Though I'm always one, look at the CD. The CD is probably a good example. I didn't take this. I was wanting to wait for it to take out that high right there, 15.15. And even then, I'm looking at this, I'm looking left, and I'm seeing the highs at around 15.60. So I would have thought this would stall at 15.60 anyway. So even taking this, around the 15.13 mark, probably I would have rather not seen this here, though I may still have taken it. So because I am typically only taking trades that are near the high or the low of the day, what really is the determining factor for me in taking a trade is how much room does it have? How far can it keep going until it encounters some resistance? And so the first thing I'm looking at is the daily chart. If I don't see anything on the daily chart, then I start looking on the weekly chart. If I don't see anything in the weekly chart, then I look at the monthly chart. And I'm sizing this up pretty quickly. That's the way I trade. So consequently, you see I put a price alert up here. I didn't jump the gun. It's starting to move down now, so no harm. I'm always aware, too, where the 200-day moving average is. If it's anywhere close, I won't take the trade. It's about the only real moving average that I always pay attention to. So again, look at the ARI, okay? So the alert from the AI was at 17.55. AI got out on what's called a profit save. An algorithm kicked in at 16.77. My guess is that it was starting to move up a little bit. Now, okay, that is trading it in auto fashion exactly the way the AI would get out of the trade, okay, based on this profit save. Did you have to? I mean, if you'd want to take out some, but you, in my opinion, should never stop watching this, because all it was doing was basing around there, and then it had another leg down. Yeah, so there's no video that's going to show you how to do this. This is, some experience coming in. And if I had been paying a little more attention, I can't because, of what I'm doing, but a little more attention, I could have easily got back into this trade right there when it broke out of that consolidation downwards. Yeah, so for me, the 200-day moving average is, I'm not a big indicator guy, but the 200-day moving average, because I think it's just universally watched. And so on my daily chart, let me get a chart that has it on there. You can see it. Okay, so on my daily chart, that's my green line. Okay, you can see I also have it here as a number. So I know where the 200-day moving average is, 2308. Let's just say that I happen to get into FUBO right now, and I was holding and holding and holding. As it starts approaching that 200-day moving average, there is no question in my mind that I'd be taking some off, because the 200-day moving average is universally watched, and it may struggle to get through that. And so I would always be aware of where the 200-day moving average is. Same thing, if I'm short something and it starts approaching downward, it could bounce off that. Now, it's not 100%, of course not. But it's such a universally watched number that I'm not going to try to reinvent the wheel and pick another moving average. The 200-day simple moving average is so universally watched that I will pay attention to it. I don't understand what you mean by less than half the market open, Ari. I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, if you're talking about this absolute number, and now it's fading the volume. I mean, I don't know how to. I mean, that's up to you, I suppose. If you don't want to take trades, where the volume is starting to drop somewhat, but I mean, the volume is still huge. I mean, it's just the opening candles usually, volume bars are usually the highest ones of the day. So I'm not really sure I understand what you mean. I mean, if you're not comfortable taking a trade because the volume is decreasing, even though the absolute volume is pretty good, that's up to you, I guess. But something that, is trading 20 million shares, 23 times normal. It's an earnings play, so a lot of times earnings plays are going to be active all day. I'm not saying they'll never rest. This rested quite a bit here before it started moving down again. But look at the volume. It's not like it's the volume like this, but this volume here. I mean, usually always if you're waiting then for volume to be, what time is it? That's 10 o'clock, and that's the 9:45. So these are the two. Open. If you're waiting for volume to be this again, you may never take a trade in a lot of instances. I mean, if that's your trading style, then that's fine. I mean, well, again, if you were in this trade early, you would just be holding on. Okay, I mean, with the volume up here and with the alert here at 17:55, if you followed the AI, you would just be holding on, holding on, holding on. No reason to get out. And now it's starting to drift down again. Now, what I often do though is something like this. Okay, let's take a look at Gaia as an example. Okay. Let's say Gaia was up here though, more up in this area here, but it was doing this. It was kind of flattening out, doing this. For me to get into Gaia, yes, I would have to have a volume increase. Okay, it doesn't have to be the high or anything like that. But in relation to the previous, say, 5-minute candles, I would want to see something that stands out in relation to the previous ones. As an example, I'm not going to take this trade down here because it's just not my style of trading. But if it was close to the high of the day, and so it was kind of up here, and then all of a sudden we got a big volume surge popping it through the high of the day, I would probably take the trade. That's just my style. So maybe that more answers your question. But if I'm waiting for it to be like this 11:55, the high here, I may not ever take a trade then. I think for me anyway, it'd be asking too much. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is just flattening out. There's nothing to do here. Nothing. On this particular one, let's see if I can find another one. Here's eyes, okay? It's sort of close to the high of the day, kind of, up in this area. If it got closer, but I would need volume to really start to pick up for me to get into this trade. The volume is decreasing here. For me to get in, the volume would have to increase. Not the finite, not the actual number, but in relation to previous candles. That means that traders are interested. So what I would be doing, instead of having to stare at the screen to see whether or not the volume is increasing, this is what I'd be doing. Let's just say I put a price alert where I would consider getting into the trade. Consider. So I put a price alert here, then I forget about it. Okay, I don't have to be on this chart anymore. If the price alert triggers and I see the volume, then I can say to myself, okay, yeah, maybe I'll take the trade. So I don't have to keep staring at it. So price alerts can really help. And in order to create a price alert, from our toolbar, click on New and then Price Alerts. So you have your Price Alerts window. So you have it up. This is what it looks like. If you're not using our Price Alerts, I don't mean just you, but anybody, I really recommend you do. Very simple to do. This is what it looks like. So you see there it is, eyes down on the bottom here. So I put the Price Alert at 710. It's 44 cents away. I can sort on this column. For instance, I can see how far away am I from the price alert. Maybe I, and here's the other thing. We have a maximum of 500 price alerts that you can do. You should never have probably more than 100, to be honest. You should be going through at least once a week all your price alerts to see whether they're relevant or not. This one at 224 is not relevant anymore. So I should get rid of it as an example. But I digress. So there's the eyes. And so if we get a price alert, and I minimize this window, if I get a price alert, this window is going to pop up on the screen. Pop right up on the screen. So I can't miss it. I can put a sound alert on it. I can do this whole sound alert setup. Why I do that is because sometimes I wander away from my computer. I've got my headset on. If I hear the sound alert, I know for this one, I can come racing back. I can come racing back in to see what the price alert was for what stock. I'll see it right at the top because that's how I sorted it. I've sorted it on the last triggered, so I'll see it right at the top. Can't miss it. Can't miss it. Oh, it could be it could be 500% in a 1 minute candle. I just happen to don't have a 1 minute candle up here, okay, or a 1 minute chart up here. It could be, but typically, if it's going to be going up 500% in a 1 minute, I mean, you would probably start to see some action on the 5 or the 2, typically. I mean, those are very general questions. I mean, specific to, or to a specific stock and alert. There are a lot of factors. I mean, look at this one. I mean, what if this, for instance, I wouldn't take this trade, even if it popped through here. Okay, why? Because I look left and I see some resistance up here. If I had no these two topping tails right there for the daily chart or on the daily chart, 330, 329. Okay, the stock's at 313. If it got up to the high at 324, I would be looking at this and going, this could stall it. I want something, when I get into a trade, I want something so clean that it could keep running without any chart resistance. Many other reasons why it may not keep running. What I try to do is take chart resistance out of the equation. Speaking of chart resistance, I mean, there's no support for ARI. Why? It's a lifetime low. I'm just ticked I'm not still in the trade. I think if a person is a momentum trader, my big recommendation is you have to have the daily, weekly, and monthly charts up to see how far a stock could keep going before it hits chart resistance. You know, if you want to see something that's got lots and lots of space above if you're going long, or nothing below when you're going short, that's what you want to see. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but again, take one aspect of why a stock will not keep going up. Take chart resistance out of the equation. Ha ha ha, William. All right, guys, so I think what I'll do is I will put in the test drive link again for those of you who are not part of the test drive and you're thinking, well, maybe I'd like to try trade ideas out for a bit, because I'll show you what you can do. So when you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. In fact, let me get rid of some of these up here. So you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. No, you won't. Put the wrong one in just a minute. That is the generic one. There we go. Test drive May is what to use, okay? Test drive May. Okay. So you click on the test drive May. And this is what you'll see. So if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today plus 7 trading days, okay? You don't get the full. It started on the 10th, which was Monday. It'll run to a week Friday, which is the 21st. So you don't get 10 days if you start off today. You'll get the balance of today plus Thursday, Friday, and all next week. It will cost the $8.99. I just want to make sure that is crystal clear. I'm not trying to, misrepresent anything. You will not get the 2 weeks if you sign up today. But again, it's only $8.99. You'll have access to the full premium service. If you're a standard subscriber and you thought, well, I've often wondered what would the AI look like, or we do have other features in their premium versus standard, but the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service is because of the AI. I know there are people out there that might want to backtest their strategies, so we have a backtester that you can use in premium and have an unlimited number of backtests, okay? So if you do sign up, and I just want to emphasize this also, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? We don't automatically put you into a subscription. There will be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but we do not automatically put you into a subscription. So you can still sign up if you want to. Okay, so 15 Challenger. Okay, there's a question about, I like to call it the trading room, but okay. This trading room is not set up just for this test drive. This is the format every day. Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Okay, just like this. It's free. This is not just special for the test drive. Okay, and yes, there will be a discount code on the last day. It probably before, maybe a couple of days before. And you can pick, yeah, you don't have to, if you want to have our standard service versus premium, that's fine. But the trading room is open every single day, well, not every, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time, okay? We just don't have the discount code yet, okay? It'll appear sometime next week. But if you're part of the, I'm assuming you're part of the Test Drive 15 Challenger, or if you're not, but you want to sign up today, anybody part of the test drive, though, will get an email with the promo that you can use if you do want to take out a subscription. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? Market is still down. Market has not had any kind of a bounce today. Nothing. Not like yesterday. Look at the SPY, guys. I mean, minor bounce here, but yeah, look at the SPY. Just down, based here a little bit, down. A little bit of a glimmer of hope if you're going long. A little bit of one, but not really. Yeah, so monthly subscriptions, the question is monthly subscriptions. The promo code is only good for the first month. Okay? It's the same promo for the annual and the same promo code for annual and monthly. So I mean my answer is that if the promo was good month to month, nobody would take on an annual subscription, of course. So yes, the promo code is only good for the first month. Just to give you an idea how much Trade Ideas does cost. Here's my home page. So I mean, here's a promo code you can use right now. You can't wait, okay? It's probably going to be 25%, probably, but no guarantee. But this is how much Trade Ideas costs. Here we go. So we have 4 plans, annual and monthly, for premium and standard. So the premium would be $22.68 a year. You know, if you wanted it right now, it'd be 15% off. More than likely, though, there'll be a better promo next week for the test drive. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus, again, the 15 or whatever that's going to be. Again, the big difference is the AI, okay? That's the big difference. There are other differences. You know, you can have 20 charts in premium, 10. If you're in 10 in standard, if you're into back testing your strategies, you know, then we've got the, where is it? Build and back test any trade ideas. Well, it's cut off. I don't know why that's cut off. That should be trade ideas strategies. Okay. So those are the differences. But you don't have to go annual. You can go monthly, 118 or 228, less the 15 or whatever that discount's going to be. Now the only thing about if you did take out a standard or a premium on a monthly basis. And whatever that promo is going to be for the test drive, let's just say, pretend it's going to be 25%. If within 30 days you decide, you know what, I want to upgrade from standard monthly to an annual, or premium monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 25% if you do it within 30 days. Yeah, so what risk assessment is, the question was, what is risk assessment? So you'll notice that on maybe it's hard to see, but if you got into the SPY right now at 407, okay, there is a smart stop down here. Let me see if I can find something that's maybe a little more clear. There we go. If you got into AUPH right now at 1149, you wanted to take it long, there is a stop that is set up for you, okay? It's a guide. So, and this is based on 100 shares, because you can see right now it's a pretty wide stop. It's about $49 or 49 cents or so. So what it's telling you, it's maybe hard to see, but it should be easy on your system. If you took this trade right now with 100 shares and you allowed it to be stopped out here, you'd lose $46. The target, no, nothing highly scientific. It's just double the stop. So notice it says minus 46 here. 92 up here. 46 times 2 equals 92. 46 times 2 equals $92. So that is, it's a guide. You know, do you have to follow it exactly? Of course not. But that is kind of what we're talking about, the risk assessment. And how we get this smart stop, it's an algorithm that we have created based on the volatility and the high and low of the day. And it creates a smart stop. There is no code yet. Not till next week. There is no code for 25% off. Not till next week. And KLA, any news? Let's see. Is it? It's having a pretty good day. Definitely bucking the trend of the market. I don't see anything specific to it. Probably coming into a lot of resistance right up here. Oh, I see. Okay, a trader. I got you. Or I got you. He'll be back maybe next week. I mean, he usually he's trading. Believe me, he's trading. But when I'm concentrating a lot on the test drive, he usually takes off at least the first 3 or 4 days, maybe the whole week. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, I see there are some questions from our YouTube room. Okay, I can. Okay, so NTD expert. Have you ever created a custom formula before? And Rahul, I'll give you the link to my homepage. And when you go to my homepage, just click on the link and then go to the scans section. There are 4 sections. Okay. Never created one before. Can you come into the main room? I'm going to give you the link because I'm going to give you a script, a way in which you can create a custom formula, which will show you which will show you how you can create a custom formula that'll show you the shares. I can't give you the script in our YouTube room because the copy and paste is too much. So hopefully you can come into what I call the main trading room. I'm going to give you the link for it. And then when you come in, just let me know and I'll show you how you can do it, okay? And okay, premium. So when you talk about the 5 stocks of the day alert, not 5 stocks. It says 5. I think you're talking about the strength alerts, the 5 stocks that you get at the beginning of the week. He's Kyle. I think that's what you're talking about, not 5 stocks of the day. Am I correct? You're talking about the strength alerts? Okay, so if you go to our toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar. All right, so from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar, and then where it says Strength Alerts. Okay, and there they are with the blurb. Okay, why those were picked. So it's as if you received the email, but this is available to all of our standard and premium subscribers. This Strength Alerts is something that is sort of it's a new service that was started about a month ago. For $17 a month, you'll get an email Monday morning, and it'll tell you the 5 stocks that have been selected for the week. Okay, but again, if you are already a subscriber, you don't have to pay us $17. This is just really for people who can't spend a lot of time in front of a computer, maybe are looking for ideas for the week. Yeah, it's more like 5 stocks of the week, exactly. Okay? So let me know. You're welcome. Let me know, NDT expert, when you're in the other room, okay? So I can help you. Give me a moment, please, guys. Give me a moment, please, guys. I just... All right, guys. Sorry. You're in? Okay. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. NTD expert. Okay. So this is what you do. I'm going to give you the script. Can you go over to tech support if you can find the tech support tab, just so I don't have to put it in here. Yeah, TI strength alerts are included in standard and premium, okay? So if you can go to if you can see what I'm doing, I just clicked on the tech support tab. I like to put the script in there so I don't jam up the other tab. And just give me a moment. Okay, NTD expert, did you hear what I said? Can you go over to tech support? And I just put this put the script in here. This shows you how you can create a custom formula, and this is the formula you would use. And that is the volume up in 1 minute, and you can put whatever minimum you want. So that's not a percent, that is the actual volume. And I know I said dollars, but I mean, this is obviously shares. Okay, these other boxes that you fill in, description, etc. I mean, you don't have to, but it's obviously shares instead of dollars. Just want to make sure, are you following this NTD expert? I don't know what you mean by the link for the custom channels, Handy. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you talking about creating a custom channel? For the channel bar? Is that what you mean? Okay, so you got to swing trading. Just move one more over. You clicked on the swing trading tab. You just had to go one more over, and there's tech support. Just move you over. You got into off topic. You moved over to swing trading. Just move one more tab over, and that's tech support. No. I'm trying to show them how to create a custom formula. Can you not see that tab? I mean, you found swing trading. Can you not just slide one more tab over for tech support. Can you see my screen? Number one, can you see my screen? Yes, no? Can you see my screen? There you are. Well, no. Well, okay, if you can you not see, I just posted above how you create a custom formula. Just follow the instructions. Can you just see where you say nothing happens? Just look above and you click on the link that I've got there, the account management link, and just follow these instructions. And that'll allow you to create a custom formula. This is the formula that you would use, V_up_1. As it says, you put that in the source box. That's the formula to use. Okay? Okay, can you not see? I start off by going to create a custom formula, click this link. Right underneath is the link. It's called account management, etc. And then it says create new in the source box, copy and paste the formula. And that's the formula here, V_up_1. I can't do it for you, that's the issue. I mean, you should see something like this, okay? When you click on it, and then where it says create new, this is what I'm saying. Here's the source box. So just put, the V_up_1. It has to be exact. Units or shares, give it a name because you can search on it. You can call it volume up 1 minute shares, something like that. Okay, did you not see what I just did? I mean, can you not see I'm clicking on this link, which has account management? And when you click on it, you should see something like this, and you scroll and you see create new. Okay, good. Okay. And then that's a filter then. It'll be added just like any other filter. It'll, as I say, if you've never done it before, it'll be search, it'll be U0, and it'll be a filter just like any other filter. You scroll down, I could show all my filters. Okay, and if I scroll all the way down, you're going to start to see things that are U. That's for me, of course. Okay. I want to answer Kensit. Okay. Well, there's no such thing as a beginner level channel. I don't know how to answer that question. Are you new to trading, or are you new to just trade ideas? Look at Ari, guys. Wow. So so hopefully you can hear me, Kenset. I don't know if you can hear me, but asking the question, are you new to trading, or are you just new to trade ideas? Okay, yes. So I can give you that much. So if you can go to the tech support tab, okay, hopefully you can find that. You'll see the instructions on how to create a custom formula. All right, and here I'm going to put it in the tech support area. I'm going to put a couple of links which show you all the data points that you can use. If you don't see it, in other words, you cannot create them out of thin air. If you want the 9 EMA, well, we don't have that as an example. Okay, this is what I'm going to show you though. Just give me a moment. Okay, so the formula editor, and here are the data. If on pages 5 and 6, I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to put the link in, but here are the data points that you can use. There's that V up 1 as an example, V up 2. Okay, so here are the data points you can use. If you don't, for instance, if you said, well, you know what, I want the volume up in 3 minutes. Well, we don't have it. You can't create a formula that says V up 3 because it doesn't exist for us. Okay, so you can't create one. So, but I'll pop this manual in. I'll put it in the tech support if you don't mind, because then that gives you that tells you how you can create custom formulas. And then the other data points that you can use. And this is advanced, okay? This is definitely advanced. See, here are the other ones. And these are, you know, you have, obviously if you've ever programmed before, it has to be exact. You know, here are closed brackets, things like that. So it has to be exact. So there's the other one. Okay, then you know. There you go. So there are the two. So again, I just want to reiterate. If you don't see it there, you can't make it up. Okay. The dreamer. The dreamer. How are you? Good, 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 good. I mean, it's, you know, as you know, the test drives are a bit of a grind, but it's okay. Had one awesome trade today for me. I only took one trade, the Ari. Unfortunately, not still in it, but okay, Jay, if you have some trades from yesterday on this same, just all you have to do is just highlight them and flatten them, okay? So just highlight the trade and flatten it. Tomorrow you won't see it. Okay? All right, guys, 207. All right, guys, I wanted to see if there's anything else. I mean, we're getting, for me, it's getting near the end anyway, but I mean, this ARI, because there's no support, because it's an all-time low, I mean, this would just keep going down and down tomorrow. I mean, this could be a second day continuation off earnings. Okay, so Kenset, did you hear me? Can you hear me? Because I tried to answer you before. Can you hear me, Kenset? Oh, that's okay. Okay, so what I wanted to ask you, first of all, are you a new trader or are you just somebody who has some experience trading, just new to trade ideas? Okay, so if you're new to trade ideas, number one, I don't know if you've done this. I know I've posted this several times. You really should take the 20 lessons. Number one, okay? Just to familiarize yourself with top lists, alert windows are, what the AI is all about, things like that, okay? We also have, I mean, if you wanted, you could also have a bit of a refresher on trading itself. By going to my homepage. Clicking on my homepage tab and going to the education section and clicking here and then scrolling down and then we had some educational videos starting trade ideas from scratch, something about the AI, but then back to basics. I mean, again, I don't know how new a trader you are, but this might give you, a solid basis again. Because there's no channel that says, okay, this is the beginner's channel. Now, you asked a question about Canadian stocks. There's no Canadian channel, but if you only wanted to follow Canadian stocks, then you would create an alert window or top list window, configure, and then where it says exchanges, just check Toronto, TSX, and TSX Venture, okay? So again, there's no specific channel for the Canadian market, but you can, if you just wanted, you could create any one of these alert windows, anything that I am showing you, you could always just focus on the Canadian market just by checking these exchanges and unchecking the US exchanges, if that's what you want to do. Now, listen, I have no idea what you're going to see because I'm a Canadian, but I don't trade the Canadian market. It's just too boring. It's not enough stocks that move for my style of trading. I mean, the American market, U.S. market's just got tons every day. So I'm not saying that, I'm not saying there's not some, but I mean, I just don't even bother with it. Yeah, well, I'm going to blow my own horn on the ARI call in the pre-market, guys. This could be an all-dayer, is what I said. I'll summon my innermost Vicky and just say how great I am. Yeah, sorry, out of character. Oh, it's way too boring. All right, guys. So again, all I'm saying on this one is that it'd be very interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I mean, it could just keep going down. Like, what's going to get anybody to buy this other than, all right, let's see if we found a bottom and let's see if we can get a bit of a run in it. But other than that, what's going to get anybody to buy this? It's had earnings, unless they come out with some sensational news. Now look at the volume, 24 million, 22 times normal. I believe that my gap continuation down has given some amazing alerts all day. I haven't been able to follow, but my guess is that they've been probably some amazing alerts all day long. Trending alerts, that's what you want. You want trending alerts. You don't want, I mean, this is what makes ARRI so good. Not that ARRI. I mean, look at it on a 15-minute chart. So it's not like you saw, even if I expanded it a little bit, okay? But it's not like you saw this down and then all of a sudden, whoop, a giant green candle and then back down, and another green candle, then back down. So yeah, maybe overall it was going down, but you know, when you get giant green candles, they can whip you out of a trade. So I mean, this was just a delicious trend all day. You know, after it based here for quite a while, another opportunity to get into the trade. So I mean, that's what we live for, something that has like a decent trend and doesn't whip you out of a trade. Well, I think it's an all-time low. I don't think it's unless, you know, this looks like this was an IPO back here. I mean, it's an all-time low, not just 5-year. I mean, there's our lifetime range right there. It's right over. All right, one moment. I shall return. Guys, I'm back. So if you're doing your pre-market work tomorrow, let me just show you what I do for the pre-market. Okay, let me just show you, and I'll just show you one of the scans that I'm using, okay? And because, listen, I did not know 100%, of course, that ARRI was going to do this. I mean, how could I know that, okay? But I had a sneaking suspicion that it would be probably an all-dayer. So why? Okay, let's take a look at the And this is what you can do tomorrow. Where are you? Pre-market actives. There we are. Oh, it's at the top. Okay, there's my pre-market actives up. So I'll just look at the ups, the ones that are up, as opposed to, I have one for it being down too. But, well, I guess I should show you the pre-market actives down, because that's where I found the area. Okay, let me look at area right there. Okay, now this is still working but I use this in the pre-market. So our data starts at 7 in the morning Eastern time. So when I got up, I saw area, and I see this huge gap down. Okay, but also I'm looking. Wow, it's a lifetime low. There's nothing holding it up. Now sometimes it's pretty rare to see something like this. But that's the first thing that really caught my eye. But even if it had not been a lifetime low, if it had occurred, let's see if I can find something else. I just don't have an example, but if it had gapped down and I looked left and there was nothing underneath until, a few years ago, that would have helped also. Okay, if I'd look down and then when I look left and I look on the weekly chart or the daily chart, and let's just say it was at $30 and I saw the next low was at 20 or something. So it's not an all-time low, but my goodness, there'd be all sorts of room underneath. So that's the first thing that caught my attention with the ARI. The fact that it had nothing underneath to support it. And it's this big earnings play gapping down horribly. So, those are the sort of things you can look for. I'm not saying that, there's one every day like this. If there were, then, it'd be awesome. But it's not always like that. But this is what I do. Let me just show you what I do in the pre-market, though, in general. I'll get the pre-market actives up again. What's wrong with me? It's just a minute. I'll just open them all. I can't find it. Okay. So this is my pre-market routine in a nutshell. And I think I just minimized it, the pre-market actives down, okay? But this is my pre-market routine. Those would be the four scanners that I use. The gap up, gap down, okay, in the pre-market. Notice it stops. I could keep it running all day, but I don't. That's all. I just want to see this up until 9:30. It's cut off at, well, right there at 9:30. So I see these. So I know these are the ones that have gapped up. These are the ones that have gapped down. But here, probably I pay way more attention to this one, because what I can do, the obvious things to do in the pre-market is to sort on the change from the close percent column. That's the obvious thing to do. You want to see the ones that are up the most from the close of yesterday. Okay, that's obvious. So because those are the ones that are obviously going to attract your eye. So you see those, and great. As I start to construct a bit of a, when I start putting this list together, my pre-market actives. So this is the list I put together. All right, I post that around 9 o'clock. So the next thing I do though, after I see the ones that are up the most, the next one, and this is a very, very good one to use, the volume today percent in the pre-market. I don't use it once the market's opened. But the volume today percent, I sort on that. Because remember, this is a top list window and you can sort on any column just by double left clicking on the column. So now I see, now you're not going to see anything that's 1,600% or 16,000% in the pre-market, at least you probably won't. But if you saw something that says 50%, what would that mean? What that would mean is that in the pre-market, that stock has already traded 50% it would have normally do all day. That's pretty significant in terms of volume. Okay? So why I sort on that is because if I just concentrate on the ones that are up, let me just click here, ones that are up the most. I mean, you're always going to see these ones, but there could be something that, you know, is only up 7%, okay? You're not really seeing it, but when you click on this, you know, when you click on this one, you might see it. Jeez, come on. You might see it, okay? The other thing I click on is the float. So I'll click on the float to see the really low floaters. Again, I may not, it may be, I call it, you know, quote unquote, buried down at only 7% up, but I can see, wow, this is a low floater and it's moving. It's just not up, you know, at the top of the list. So again, why I do this? So I can maybe unearth the little nugget that my eye is not seeing just by looking at the change from the close. And then the short float percent, things like that. So this is what I go through in the morning, sorting on these different columns, trying to see, you know, what could possibly be interesting once the market opens. And of course, I'm sharing these scans. Ah, that might be it, Saeed. I do not sync. That might be it. I do not sync. I have no yeah, that's possible. I used to you might be right. Use the crosshair sync. That might be slowing it down. Especially if it's going across all sorts of different time frames. I don't use it. I don't find any use for it. That might be it. Take it off and see if that helps. Or uncheck it. What is this one doing? Oh man, you know, I mentioned this one in the pre-market, the Hertz, the pink sheet Hertz, and it was just breaking over 4, I think, just as the market was opening. Yeah, it was right here. I said, well, for those of you who like to trade the pink sheet stocks, look at this one, and wow, what a move from 4 to what? 4 to 6 something. Wow. I typically don't trade the pink sheet stock, so I didn't really pay that much attention to it. Once I mentioned it, wow. You mean the VWAP alert, Vicky? There is a lag because it requires a volume confirmation, if that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the alert itself? Yeah, there's a movement afoot to have it like a real-time alert. But you know, the problem with the V, you know, it can pop up and down, up and down, up and down. So what they did earlier when they created that alert, they said, well, in fact, if you click on it, I think it'll even say Give me a moment. It doesn't say here, but I do know that, yeah, it requires some volume. Wow, Ari, I'm not in you anymore. Why not? Jeez. I'm fascinated. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart, guys. You're not, I mean, you want to print out a 15-minute chart for a trend? I mean, this is incredible. I mean, this has not had one green candle since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, almost 3 hours. Not one green candle. Well, no guarantee it was going to do this, but I mean, you can see what's happening here. I mean, people are, listen, I guarantee that there are, I mean, even myself, I mean, you might say, well, when is this going to bounce? But who wants to be the first to dip their toe in the water? I mean, it's almost that simple. You know, what is going to cause this to bounce? First of all, you know, bounces will work a lot better, of course, if you get a little bit of the market on your side. But this has got nothing to do with the market. I mean, this is just earnings, and man. You know, it's a classic. You first. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, the only thing that's going to cause this to bounce a bit is if finally people say, okay, enough is enough, who are short, and start covering and buying the stock, you know, as a cover. But on the other hand, there's no reason to cover at this point, not yet. Yeah, the energy stock. Oh, the energy stocks are now starting to move down. Oh, I see. I thought it was because this was the only sector. Let's take a look at the sectors just for fun. Yeah, I don't know about Sterling. Tough guy. The only thing I can suggest you do is you go to our home page, and Bill is there. He is kind of our linking expert. No guarantee he's going to be able to help you, but if anybody's going to be able to help, unless there are other people with Sterling in this room. Okay, and just start a live discussion. So let's just take a look at the sector status here. If I can find it. I don't know why I can't find these things. There we are, sector status. Yeah, so remember earlier on, this was 100%. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Okay, the major sectors. So, and you know, the market's obviously down. There's been no bounce at all. So what you're seeing here is, for instance, in the technology sector, XLK, 92% are down, only 8% are up. Here are the ones that are up. NLOC. You know, NLOC's up. There are only 4 of them right here. Here are the ones that are down. You know, here's the ones that are down the most, a MAT. You know, as an example. Now, when I showed this earlier, 100% of all the energy in the energy sector were up. Now it's not quite. You know, 30% are down. So we can go down here, take a look. You know, this one is down. So this is not quite a heat map, but I mean, you can at a glance you can see, you know, well, look at this one. I mean, look at industrials. There's not one positive one, not one positive in this list, in the XLI list, not one positive one. You know, it's 100%. Because these are sorted on the change from the close. And you can see right here, you know, energy is the only positive sector. Yeah, so just go to, from our toolbar, click on New, and then click on the channel bar. And when you click, when you click on the channel bar, oops, just click on, where are you? Sector status, okay? Actually, because it's on, it won't be there. It'll be probably somewhere here, but just find sector status, okay? And when you do that, this is what you'll see. Meanwhile, look at ACP. What is happening with ACP? Wow. I mean, you just look at all the red. I mean, there's very, very few positive stocks in all of the major sectors. Now, the stocks that we see, they're not in here, okay? You know, these smaller ones, they're just not in here. They're not part of, you know, these ETFs. So eventually, what we're going to be able to do is have several layouts open at once. So you could take this layout and move it to another screen, another monitor if you have it, have another monitor. So you could keep this up the whole time. Ah, yes, minimize, yes, yes, yes. Get rid of that. If their count was set to 1,000, that could easily. Now, when you said you only had one top list and I had 100, I guess I should have asked you, do you have any minimized ones? Absolutely. Because it's got to go through 1,000 every 30 seconds. It's got to go through 1,000. And you have 2 of them. Definitely, you don't need 1,000. You probably did it just because, well, it says I can have 1,000. So, but you don't need 1,000. And yeah, that is definitely a resource hog. I know a trader, you've been clamoring for that. It's not, if it were just a switch, what happens is, you know, there's so much work that's going on with our server And right now, I mean, that work is almost up to the 7 o'clock. So there's a lot of work that is happening. It's not just a matter of flipping a switch and saying, well, why not just give it to us at 4 in the morning, or well, 4 in the morning Eastern time. If it were that easy, we'd do it. I don't have any like that's Danny. I don't have a tight flag set up for a swing trader. I'm sorry, I don't. Now you can. We do have a swing trading channel. You might want to take a look at it. Click on again. Click on new channel bar. Okay, I don't have anything specifically like that. So if you click on the swing, so you know how to find the swing trading channel. Oh, you do not. Okay, so click on new from our toolbar. Excuse me, then channel bar. And then swing ideas, I think it might be called. I'm having a tough time finding the one I want immediately. Well, it's here. It is here. Swing ideas. It's right here, right in the middle. Swing ideas, okay? So the thing is, you can take a look at the alerts you're getting and check the charts to see, okay, I understand that could be. They're not all going to be, doesn't mean every one you see. That's why it's called an idea. Doesn't mean every one you see is, the one you're going to take. All right, guys. Well, we're getting a little bit close to 3 o'clock. I typically shut the room down at 3. I'll always stay later if there are some questions, but what I'll do is I'll just put this in here now. Again, I will stay later if there are questions. And one last mention of the test drive. So still time. You'll have, well, basically the market is going to be closed in about an hour, but you can still play around with the program tonight if you want to. So you'll have the rest of today and the next 7 trading days. It will cost the $8.99. Okay, you're not going to get 10 days. You'll get 7 days plus the balance of today, and it'll cost you the $8.99. And you can take part in it. We don't do very many anymore. We used to do 4 a year. My guess is we're probably going to only do 2 a year. So the next one might be 6 months from now. I don't know. But good opportunity to try us out. You'll have access to the full premium service. My homepage. So from my homepage, lots of information. You know, what I would do is I would click on the link, and then, you know, there's so much information here, I would save the link because there's a lot of information. You know, trade of the week, okay, that's one. That's not a lot of information. Gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. But here, all the scans I'm sharing, every scan that I'm sharing, including my layout. So more than what you see. Of course, my layout has what, well, obviously you can see in the shared monitor, but there are other scans that I've created. And again, if you're looking for action, gap continuation or reverse, that is a real active one that can give some great alerts all day long. Okay? Not necessarily for new traders though, okay? And then again, the education section, the 20 lessons, the daily support, YouTube between 12 and 1. Daily webinars, we'll be back on a normal schedule a couple of weeks from now. When we're back to the normal schedule, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos, starting straight ideas from scratch, the AI, so we have some videos here. And back to basics, you know, brand new to trading, great little 36-part video series. Starting off with what is a stock? Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage tab or my link, Daniel, just go to the moment here. So when you go to this is my homepage, and here are the scans. This is the scan section. Okay, got to go to my homepage. Here's the scan section. And click here. Okay? Yeah, there's your first 15-minute green candle. Has a little bit of ways to go, Vicky. I see that there's a 20 SMA, the blue line. There's the curling up 8 EMA. Certainly not yet. It did on the 2-minute, briefly, little bit. Tank! You're welcome. Questions? Any more questions coming up? Yeah, it's nice to get one like that every now and then. Look at Mara. Oh my gosh. What a great, you know, I've never actually swung a short before, but look at this. I mean, $58 down to 22 in about a month, and I don't know. Oh, even less. So what was this week? This was April the what? So the week of April the 5th. So in about 5 weeks, oh, I thought I answered your question, Saeed. I said yes. I didn't. We were first talking, you said you had one top list window with 100, not realizing I should have asked you if you had minimized ones. So yes, definitely, that can easily be a problem with 1,000 in there. I'm assuming you put 1,000 in there because you could, not because you needed to, but just because you could, right? Because yeah, exactly. What we really should do is cut it off at, I don't know, 200 or something. Nobody needs 1,000 symbols in a top list. But I understand if you can, why not? But that's what can happen, because it's got to go through every 30 seconds. It's got to run through all, like, the market and then extract 1,000 symbols. So it can be a real resource hog, yes. All right, so you're talking about the channel bar, and you're talking about up here. So you see, these are some channels that I have actually created and saved. So I think you can have up to 5. All right. So what is your question exactly? How do you say, like, you want to know how you would do this? Is that what you want? Like how you would save a layout up here? You need to redo the link to the button. Let me do one. Let's just do one, okay? So I'm going to go to the gear, edit the custom channels. I'm going to add a channel. So I'm just going to find, it doesn't have to be a layout. I'm just going to load anything. Select from cloud. The RSI from Zach. Select it. I'm going to call it RSI from Zach. So it's not, you can save an individual scan or a layout. Okay. I say okay. Apply it. So there it is. So there it is. So now what's your question? When I save my work, file, save layout and all that, which I do every single day. Then that should be it. See, and I just click on RSI from Zach and it appeared on my other, there it is. Over here. No, you don't save to the cloud, you extract it from the cloud. So edit custom channels, add a channel, and now select from cloud. And typically it's going to be a layout. You know, most people want layouts in there. So Barry's sector analysis, that's Barry's sector analysis. Select it. Say okay. I give it a name. Oops. Okay, apply it, done. So now there it is, my sector analysis. So you don't save it, no, you extract what you want from the cloud and then you save it. Okay? Well, when you're doing here, you're saving it to the channel bar. Okay, that's all we're doing here. This is just saving things to the channel bar. You can have 5 up here. Okay, custom channels, if you want to call them custom channels, custom channel list, that's what it's called. So you can have 5 of them up here of your own creations. You can't customize the, okay, flatten just gets you out. You can't customize them. I mean, you want to go limit, then you know, click on limit, or you know, then if you're going to click on limit, then you have to have the limit offset that you're willing to go in at. But if flatten is just going to probably get you out at market, yeah, and get you half out at market, double market. These are just hotkeys, getting you out at the market. Let me take a trade. I haven't used the limit for a long time, so let's just take. I'm going to buy. See now here's how. So if I want to get out of WISA, WISA, I can create a limit and I can say, okay, how far away from the bid and ask am I willing to go? Okay, because and that's what I would do right here. So I could, and I think that's probably, yeah, I mean you can set this up as the standard. And submit. So it took me out. And notice that I had a 3-cent offset. So it took me out at 349, even though when I got into that, it was at 352. So now every time I do limit, it should, something I don't do, but it should you might have to do it. Okay, I see what happens. So what okay, if you highlight it ahead of time, all of them, and then you enter your limit order, then that'll be submitted for all of them, everything you've highlighted. So you do have to do this every time. And it makes sense because, you know, you may not want to have some kind of a limit offset that's standard, you know, on a each individual stock or for all stocks. But if you don't mind, then you just highlight everything and then limit, and then limit out at, and again, minus 0.03, minus 0.05, whatever you want. But you can't customize this. Meanwhile, look at Ari, guys. Look at that. Look at Ari. That was no bounce whatsoever. Wow. That's almost a green bar ignored. Almost on that 15-minute chart. The only reason it isn't is because that green candle is above the previous red candle, but man, oh man. Yeah, the reverse button is very specialized. You know, I would not. Yeah, so if you want to, okay, you cannot customize these. These are going to go in market, okay? You cannot customize these. And reverse just, I mean, I wouldn't use reverse. I mean, listen, unless you're really experienced, what reverse does is it turns a short into a long or vice versa, but it's going in at the market. Okay, so if you want to get out in a limit fashion, so if I click on Fubo and I want to buy Fubo, 500 shares of Fubo, there it is. If I want to get out limit wise, then I pick how far outside am I willing to go. So if I go minus 0.05 or something like that, that's 50 cents. Okay, and then submit it. It'll probably take me out of the trade almost immediately. Okay, it's the only way you can do it. But you could have, if you wanted to get out limit on every trade at the end of the day. Well, first of all, you could click on all to highlight them all, and then limit out, and pick what you wanted to do. Again, this is relatively advanced. If you just wanted to get out of your long trades, you just want to get out of your short trades, there are no short trades here, but how do you zoom? Well, I just did it. That's about it. That's the extent, Gordon. I don't do any of this, okay? But that's the extent of what I can show you. Okay, I'll try to answer your question, Militania. So zooming in out of a chart, right click the chart, just so that Trade Ideas knows the chart you're in. So I'm sorry, not right click, sorry. Left click on the chart, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Okay? So control key pressed down on your keyboard, and with the scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Okay? And so the first thing though is left click on the chart so system knows what chart you're in. Okay, pressure. Okay, so I'll just answer your question, Vincent. The smart risks are calculated. There's no way you can calculate it. Using an algorithm. It uses an algorithm. It's based on the volatility of the stock, highs and lows, and gets those numbers and spits out a smart risk, okay, or a smart stop, smart risk, smart stop, whatever you want to call it. So there's no way you can calculate it. How you use it will be up to you. It's a guide. I mean, what we're saying here is if you click on an alert, okay, it's not showing up. So let me just click on another alert. There we go. So if you clicked on IGT and you got into the trade at 2038, it's suggesting that there's your stop down here. Okay, do you have to follow it exactly? Of course not. It's a suggestion. And then the target is just double the smart stop. Let's see if I can get one that's more completely on the chart that you can see. There we go. So if I took nerve right here at 278, they're suggesting a smart stop. It's pretty tight, of 6 cents away. Okay. Again, it's a suggestion. So when you ask how to use it, do I use it? No, but for some people it might be, especially if you're starting out, see how it works. Sometimes the stops are too tight, but sometimes when I look at them, I say, yeah, that makes sense. There's some support here, and if the stop were here, I could see using that as the stop. So as far as breaking out on a relative volume greater than 2.5, so for instance, I've got here a basic new highs and lows. I mean, you can have this one if you want, and you can make a change to it. I mean, I've got the current volume of 4, all right? You could put 2.5. Well, the entry is when you click on the, it's assuming that when you click on the alert, that's where you're going to get in. It's not saying, this is not a suggestion to get into a trade here. The only system is the AI that has a suggested entry with a suggested stop, okay? This is not a suggested entry, no. This is just saying, well, okay, if you did take this trade here, there is a suggested stop. Okay? Make sense? Because you could be looking at something and going, wow, I'd like to take this trade. Ah, and the AI is suggesting that there's my stop, okay? Yeah, on the chart, most are going long. You just reverse it to go short. So if I put short, then if I clicked on the alert, yeah, so it would be now above it. The smart stop would be above the current price. So if I wanted to short this one, IGT, because I went to smart risk levels, and I picture. I mean, the default is long. Most people are going long, but if you do check short, then of course it'd be saying, okay, if you took this trade at 2038, here is a suggested stop, 2085. Okay. The default is on the long side. Okay, so Melitania. So I don't know if that completely answers your question, but I mean, this is like a basic new highs and lows. And the filter I've got in here is current volume is 4. If you wanted to change it to 2.5, you could. You could also, of course, change the price range you want. I've got, for me, the price has to be up at least 4%. 400,000 shares. So this is like a template that you could use if you wanted to. So these are stocks making new highs or lows. I don't know if that's of interest to you, but that's something you could take a look at if you want. That scan is available from my homepage. All the scans are available, but that scan is. Well, if you take the trade, Saeed, if you do take the trade, then of course, you could put a price alert at that stop level. Because you're right, it's going to change. The minute you click on the chart and it's a new price, of course that stop level is going to change. So what I would do, and if I were really going to follow it, I would just put a price alert there, maybe a little bit above, so that it's approaching the stop level. I would put a little bit above. So if I really were going to use this, let me get back to the nerve. So there's a smart stop. I mean, it's right there. So if I took this trade at 266, if I were bound and determined to take this trade at 266, then there's my stop. Okay, I would put probably, I mean, this is so close. That's why I would never use this as a stop. But let's say it was far enough away and the price was still up here. I'd probably put a price alert, 5 cents above it. It's going to trigger right away. Oh, actually thinks I want to go long on it from here. But then if it hit it, it would alert me that, hey, you're approaching your stop. Well, it can't stay because every time the price changes, it's a new stop is a new one is generated, because it's always calculating on where are you. Every time you click on the alert, it's going to create a new smart stop area. Because I mean, if the price is going down, of course it has to have a new smart stop. Or if the price is going up, so it has to be, it's a moving target all the time. I mean, the other thing you could do, I mean, if you're taking the trade, you could use Brokers Plus, in the simulator, and then you could add the stop. So if I were taking this trade, let's just for fun do it. See if I can find one that. See, the problem is these stops are way underneath here because this was so volatile. You know, that's why I would never, I would never follow that one. Okay, here's a smart stop right there. Let's say I took this trade, NMRD. I can see the smart stop. I can see the smart stop is at 978. Okay, so let's just take the trade. I'm gonna buy. Again, I haven't share sized correctly or anything like that. Okay, so there I am. Now, what did I say? The smart stop. Nah, where was it? 960. I would add the stop order then. I don't know why it disappeared, but it. Oh, I know why. Okay, but I would have to know. So the smart stop would have been at what, 1040. So I would just add it up here if I took this trade. Add the smart stop, and then the line will appear. Let me try that again. I don't know why the smart stop disappeared immediately. Let me just try that again. And let me just get out of these trades. These are just for demonstration purposes. Oh, I see. Okay, I've never tried that. Get out. Oh, I see. Yeah, you have to be careful. Okay, so I want to try that again. See, some of these, because these are so wild, there's it's hard to see on the 15-minute. There we go. Okay, so here's one. Okay, so if I wanted to get into this trade right now at 310, okay, I guess I have to remember that my stop's at 295. There's my stop. It's at 295. Okay, I'm going to take the trade 500. And you're right. I don't know why that disappears. I have to admit, I don't know why, but I knew I knew because we were talking about it, so I put my stop at 295. You could also, yes, you could put the price alert just a little bit above the stop, so you know you're approaching it. But then you could also then add it. My guess is if I go back, it's interesting. You know what it's almost sounding like that if you take the trade, it wants you to put a stop in. And so it's not going to give you a smart stop. All right, let's see. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, why isn't this allowing me to do this? I must be doing something wrong here. I don't know if I've got a bug in this. just a minute. Well, I'm not going to create a strategy. No, I mean, I could, okay. I mean, I could take this and say, okay, this is my strategy, I suppose. Save or share, save to the cloud. I could. I wish you had been around between 12 and 1. Michael Noss is way. Okay. Load from cloud. Okay, there's the limit offset. Okay, it's showing up now. If you set yours to 0, you probably won't get any fills. Okay, because you're asking it to get in. I mean, virtually every stock is going to have a bid and ask, at least one. Yeah, but plus one, you have to, it's got to be minus. Minus outside, like they're saying minus is, I know it's not how can I say it? It is not intuitive, I suppose. Really? It should be minus. All right, give me a minute, please, okay? Just give me a minute. All right. Okay, so I just want to, you can tell that I do not do this, okay? I don't use one-click trading. It shows you how to do it in the video, but let me just try to figure this out. Okay, buy 100 shares. Well, I don't want to create a new. I mean, I can create a new strategy. Okay, I'll do one. Okay, new strategy. Okay, entry time doesn't matter. Order details based on a stop loss. Okay, limit offset is 10 cents. Okay, risk management. Long stop. I mean, there's so many. See, we need better filters. Okay, I tell you right now, we need better filters. But I'm just going to leave it like this and see what happens. Hold time. I don't have a hold time. Okay, give it a name. Okay, so there it is. Test by using test. Add the account. You can tell I don't do this at all. There we go. Let's do this again. Yes, 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 yes. Now I see. Gotcha. Now I remember. I haven't done this for so long. That's right. Now we're cooking, right? Now let's try it. Test. There we go. It took the trade. Okay. That's what I was missing. Okay. So it took the trade. Okay. 32 shares because of what I had set up. Here in the order details, risking $100 based on this stop loss. Okay. So that's why I had completely forgotten about that. You have to set up the account and like each individual strategy where you're going to trade it and the accounts. Completely forgot about that. Okay. Thank you, Dreamer. Glad you popped in. I just don't do it. Yeah, I mean, I do apologize. I just don't do this. It never used to be like that. That is something that they added. Well, they added probably a couple of months ago when this was first up and running. You know, they didn't force you to do that. They're forcing you to do that for a reason, though. You do have my back. Thank you. They're forcing you to do that for a reason, though, to make sure you know what you're doing. Because obviously you can have different accounts. You could maybe have an E-Trade account, an IB account, a simulated account. Okay, so they're forcing you to know how do you want to trade this? What account? So I completely understand, and that was added, I don't know, maybe a couple of months ago. All right, guys. Well, I think that is it. I can't wait to see, well, I can wait, but to see what's going to happen with Ari tomorrow. And even after hours. I mean, this is just I mean, what a disaster. And it's funny, you know, I get not a lot of questions, and they don't usually come in these rooms. I usually get, somehow people know my, they can find me email wise at Trade Ideas, and they say to me things like, how can you possibly take a look, and this is early, okay, this is not, because I might be talking about Ari, right about here. Ari was already down about 30% here. And they're saying, why are you talking about Ari? It's already down 30%. Well, does it always work this way? Of course not. But now it's down 43%. I mean, I don't know what percent it was down. But whatever it was down, they said, you shouldn't be talking about something that's already down. The move is already over, etc., etc. So, well, it's definitely the trade of the week for the AI in terms of a trade that was not wild and woolly, okay? I mean, as I said, it just basically moved down, flattened a bit, and kept moving down. A little brief blip up, but certainly not a lot of froth, not a lot of up and down. Easy to keep in the trade, for a long time. That's what you want, man, oh man. I mean, these are the trades you want to be able to kind of take a trade and somewhat relax. Yeah, so Chris, as far as I know, the trailing stop, you cannot use a percent. You can only use dollar amount. You're talking about your live account, right? Because you can't use a trailing stop in the simulator. I'm assuming you're talking about your live account. As far as I know, you have to use a dollar amount, not a percent. But to get a more official answer, you're playing with paper. Okay, yeah, because look what it says. Trailing stop disabled. You should see that. If you don't see that, then you don't see that. Okay. It must be in a development version I'm on. I thought, though, the latest beta probably has this. Maybe you're on the production version. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're on the beta, which is fine, that's absolutely fine. I'm pretty sure you'll see this. And I can't tell because I'm always on a development version, which is, one of the reasons I'm on a development version is because, I am probably within Trade Ideas anyway, the power user of the product because I'm doing this all day long. So I can maybe alert them to some bugs. What an alert. Look at this, 20% now, 20%, guys. This is no slouch, though it's a cheaper one, the Oxbridge, or Ox, whatever it's called. But what an alert. So, overall, would you look at the AI and say it had a great day? No. You're looking at all these negatives, but man, all you got to, in my opinion, you focus on the ones that are moving and use it like a watch list. Who cares about the rest of them? The problem is that people want to automate everything, and that's when they lose money. Okay, are you talking about taking a top list and converting it to an alert window, just in general? Che from hell? Is that what you're talking about? Taking a top list window? Okay, I can show you how to do that. So here's a top list window. Here's an alert. Here's a top list window. So you can see what I'm going to do before I start. Okay, first thing you do is right click on the top list window and collaborate. And then copy. Okay, so now you've copied this window. Next step, new, alert window. Okay, start from scratch. Load the settings. Okay, now you've got nothing in here. Now here's the tricky part. Say okay. Now it's going to say, hey, wait a minute, you selected no alerts. Do you want to return to the configure window? Say no. So now you've got, don't worry what's happening here. Got this real generic alert window. Now right click, collaborate, and paste. Okay, now what's happening here is you've got this heartbeat going. So get rid of the heartbeat and pick something else as a trigger, like a new high, a new low, or something else as a trigger. Forget the heartbeat. The heartbeat I wish wasn't even there. Okay, but now you see it says earnings play is up. Okay, you understand, good. You got to get rid of the heartbeat. I don't know why we still have it. It used to be before we had top list windows. You know, it was like a top list window that updated every 5 minutes. But you know, our top lists go up update every 30 seconds. So anyway, yeah, that's okay, good. So you know how to do it. And of course, the reverse, if you had an alert window that you wanted to turn into a top list window, you do it the other way. Okay, so watch what I do, Saeed. So here's a top list window. Right click, collaborate, copy. So now the filters have been copied now. Okay. Now go to File, New, Alert Window. Start from scratch. Load the settings. So now you've wiped out, there's nothing in here. And here's the trick, okay. And don't say yes, you don't want to return to it. You want to say no. And now here's your alert window. Now you're just going to, don't worry about what's happening here. Now you right click, collaborate, and paste. Okay. And then you have to get rid of the heart. Because now you have to have a trigger. You're in an alert window, configure, and get rid of the heart. This heartbeat. Pick either, like if you pick a new high, but you can pick any other alert you want. Just get rid of the heartbeat and say okay. And then, so that's the trick, okay? You have to say no to, do you want to get back to the config window? And then get rid of the heart. Okay? And now you've turned this earnings play top list window into an alert window. Oh, thank you for answering that, Jato. Well, it's not a matter of which one is better. They're different purposes, okay? So a top list window ranks stocks. So I could rank this stock. Here's a top list window, that top list window. If I wanted to see the ones that were up the most with these, remember, I got these filters in place. 100,000 shares. It's an earnings play. This is the earnings filter that I'm using. Minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours yesterday. 0.25 means they released earnings this morning. So that for me is an earnings play. So that's the major filter. And then volume is at least 100,000 shares, and I'm interested between 1 and 50. Okay, so these are the filters that are in place. Now, I can have as many columns as I want. These are just filters, okay? I can have as many, and I use them as I can put them as column headers. So if I want to see the stocks that are up, that are near the top of the day's range, this is what this is doing, the position in the day's range. So if I click on LTBR, as an example, let's go. Okay, you got it, Gordon? Good. Why isn't this... Just give me a moment here. Okay, so when I click on LTBR, you notice that there's the high up here at 525. It's at 520, so it's not quite at the high of the day. That's why there's a little sliver of white there, if you can see it. If this were right at the high of the day, this green bar would be all the way over. Okay, so that's one way of sorting. If I want to see the stocks or my earnings plays that are near the high of the day, that's what I could do. If I wanted to see the ones that are up the most, I would click on the close. I would click on the close, the change from the close percent. So this is up the most, WISA, but look what it's doing. I mean, it's nowhere near the high of the day, as an example. So that's what a topless window can do. It basically can rank things for you, and maybe give you different looks. For the same list of stocks, you're getting different looks, different orders, right? Whereas an alert window is taking now next, and it's at the time when that happened. At 2:13, it was telling me next just made a new high for the day because my alert was a new high of the day. Sorry, my alert was a new high for the day. So it's not a matter of is one better than the other. I mean, obviously, I love to see stocks near making new lows or new highs. So I have to have an alert window. Okay, does that make sense? So a topless window is, here's my spider sector list, okay? So I can see the stocks, I can see what's, the blue means it's at least up for the day, might be marginally, 0.08%. XLE is just marginally up for the day. Everything else is down. I can sort it. I can sort on different columns. What's moving in the last 5 minutes? Is something moving in the last 5 minutes? So yes, Jets is almost near the low of the day, but starting to move in the last 5 minutes. So if you look at a 5-minute chart, that's what it was looking at. It was seeing that little move here, those 2 5-minute candles. It was seeing a little bit of a move. Now it's short-lived, okay? Holy smokes, this Aries. Look at this now, 22%. Okay, I'll do it one more time. Okay? I don't know if we want to call it the filtered. The alert window has to have a trigger, that's all. The alert window has to have a trigger. Be it, here are all the alerts we have. Here are all the alerts we have. A new high, new low, all these alerts we have. 75% pullback, a certain percent up for the day. All these icons here, these are all crossed above the open. These are all triggers, real-time triggers. Okay? And, well, it's not necessary. It's sort of a list, but I can't call it a list because these stocks can come in at any time. It's not like this was a preordained list. What happens is, at the beginning of the day, I probably can't see right at the beginning, but at the beginning of the day, AUTL was not on the list. It made the list because it satisfied these filter requirements. It satisfied these filter requirements. The price was between 1 and 20. Current volume was 400,000 shares minimum, etc. So at the time, if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low real time, I get the real time alert. So there's nothing. I could get a brand new stock showing up right now because it never made all the filter requirements earlier on in the day, but I could get a brand new stock meeting the requirements right now, as an example. So it's not really what I would call a list. And neither is this really a list. I mean, it looks like a list. It smells like a list. No, it looks, but these stocks can change. All of a sudden something can fall out. For instance, if I said in this one, for instance, if I said I don't have this as a requirement, but what if I said the stock has to be up 4% also? Okay? So if that were one of my filters, that the stock had to be up 4%. So, and it's meeting, and it met all the other filter requirements. Okay, so go back here. So obviously the price, so if the price is, well, actually it could fall off the list right here if all of a sudden the price went up to $51 as an example. It would fall off the list, or if it went down below $1, or if I had a filter in here that said the stock has to be up 4%, and all of a sudden, it's on the list for a while, then it drops below 4%, it drops off the list. So it is a list, yes. I just don't want to give you the idea that it's a set list in stone. That's all. Yes, it's the entire list. It's the entire database that it'll scan, and as long as if the filters are met, then it'll show up. But it could drop off if any one of the filters aren't met anymore. Okay, guys, I have to change my headset just a second. In fact, never mind the music. I don't need any more music. But I don't need sound alerts either. So, okay, so one last time, okay? Turning a top list window into an alert window. There's no right or wrong. I mean, I use alert windows most of the time because I'm always interested in seeing a stock that's making a new high for the day. The only way I can do that is with an alert window. A specific trigger. Yes, you need a trigger in an alert window. Yes. And what happened to my... oh, here it is. Okay, so who asked that question? RC Taro, or Taro. Can you hear me? And can you see what I'm going to do? Okay. So you take your alert, you take your top list window, take your top list window. I know people say I'm saying topless, but top list window. Right click, collaborate, copy. This is a simple one. Okay, I'll do it again. Right click, collaborate, copy. So in essence, what you've done is you've copied the filters that are in here. That's what you've done with that step. Click on New now from the toolbar. Click on New, Alert Window, because now you want to take that top list window and turn it into an alert window. All you're doing here is you're just saving the step. If you had a lot of filters in here, you'd have to add all. You don't have to do it this way, but it's a time saver, because if you had a lot of filters in here, and you wanted to turn it and create an alert window, then you'd have to create a new alert window, add all the filters in manually. What this is doing is allowing you to copy them in. So, okay, so let me start again. So we've copied these. Now we're going to go New, Alert Window, start from scratch, get rid of all the existing filters that were in there, load the settings. So now everything is empty. Say okay. And here are the two tricks. It says you've selected no alerts because you're in an alert window. You should be selecting an alert. Do you want to return? No. Okay, so now you've got the never mind what's going on here. Never mind. Now right click, collaborate. Now you're going to paste them in. Okay, now you've pasted these in. Now you just have to get rid of this heart because now you need the trigger. You know, be it a high alert, a new 5-minute high. So now you want to add your alert trigger. Right click, configure. And you see that heart there. So we would uncheck it and then you could add, let's just say a new high. Make sure you get rid of that heartbeat, that stupid heartbeat. And now say okay. Okay, and now you see how it says earnings play is up, earnings play is up. If you check the filters, these are the same filters that were in here. You just added an alert. Okay? So again, this wouldn't be that hard to create from scratch because there are only 3 filters here. But if you had a top list window, remember you can do the same thing. You can do the reverse. You can take an alert window and turn it into a top list window also. If you had a lot of filters in one of these windows, a bit of a pain to have to recreate from scratch. So all that does is the collaboration just copies the filters. Okay. Fernand 26. Okay. Welcome. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can take an alert an alert window and do just the reverse. It's just absolutely the reverse. You know, right click, collaborate, copy. Now you've copied. Open a top list window. It's just the reverse. That is my pleasure. Wow, 3:45. This is the latest I've been in the room for years, it seems. All right. What, for tomorrow? I have no idea. That's what I'll be scanning for tomorrow. And I'll see. Tomorrow morning, I'll see. Remember, the earnings plays that will be in play for me will be the ones that release earnings after hours today. So obviously the market hasn't closed. And then that will release earnings in the pre-market tomorrow. So, you know, I have no idea what will be a good one or a bad one. I use this is the window that I use as a watch for my watch list. So what's happening here? What you can't see is my top list window. Okay, that's my secret. So that's my top. What you cannot see. So it has about 30 stocks in it. What happened here? So what I do is I attach that top list window. That's called Best WL, Best Watch List. Okay, and I attach it so that this window here, this alert window, is only looking at this list. Okay, and then notice I have about 30 stocks on the list. These are the only ones that triggered from it. Why? Because within this alert window, for it to trigger, it has to be at least above yesterday's high. Got to have at least 150,000 shares, volume is 1, etc., etc. Okay, so unless these filters are met and the stock makes a new high, I'm not going to see them. So that's why these stocks today made the watch list. You are still, I know you're still live. Yes, Ija. Yeah, so I open the room at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Well, this is all part of what I share, Danny. Okay, so this is what I share. It's part of my layout. the layout that I'm sharing, this is here. So there's nothing for you to do. You just have to wait for the alerts to happen. Again, when you get an alert, doesn't absolutely mean that you take the trade, of course. But I use it. Again, I can't pay that much attention to honestly anything right now because I'm answering a lot of questions, which is absolutely fine. But when I can pay a little more attention, I mean, I love my watch list. Doesn't 100% mean that when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade though. I mean, we got an alert at $6 for RMED. What did it do afterwards? It got up to 640. Not bad. I don't know what I think NMRD. That was a pretty spectacular one. 11.4. Well, there was a few yesterday that were unbelievable. Got the alert at 11.48. What did it do afterwards? Got up to 12.20. I mean, not bad. I mean, 60, 70 cent move in a very short period of time. So this can be used like a watch list. I created this one, actually. I created this a long time ago, maybe, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 months ago. This was actually designed for people new to trading. The reason being is that, there's a lot happening here. And I get it. You're new to trading, what to concentrate on, what to do. So I created this and I said, okay, maybe this is a way to get people who are really new to trading, overwhelmed by everything, just to concentrate on a few alerts for the day. So I wasn't even going to use it myself. I just thought, okay, this is as a community service, okay, for people. Well, I found though, the way I was creating it, that man, I mean, I was getting some really good alerts that I wanted to use them too. So, I mean, is every day are there huge winners and like every one of them a huge winner every day? Of course not. But when you can sort of only concentrate on a few stocks and get the idea that, as a watch list, sometimes you get setups during the day. Maybe you get a setup, maybe this happened at $6 and then it dropped and then it came back, based a little bit at 6 and then popped, okay? Well, you're not having to concentrate on too many alerts if that's all you want to do. So I think, that's why I did it anyway. And how I generate the list is, once the market closes, I will start looking at, I think, I don't know how many scans I got, maybe 10 or 12 scans. And I will click on every alert that I get from the scan. I will see, and the scan is, designed to only show me certain stocks. And then I'll check to see on the daily and the weekly and monthly chart, okay, how much more room could this go? So if we want to watch this tomorrow, does it still have some room to go? So that's how a lot of these symbols that you see that make my watch list appear in the watch list. But I can tell you right now that of the 30 symbols, I mean, these are the only ones that actually triggered. A lot of them didn't trigger because they didn't do anything. And that's fine. I don't want them all to trigger. I only want just a few so that, again, for people who are new, can concentrate on just a few alerts for the day. I could say the AI is kind of the same. I mean, we had a lot of alerts today, but if you just concentrate on the ones that are the active ones that are, at the top here, I mean, that to me is a good watch list. The problem is that a lot of people want to take every single alert because they want to auto trade, and you'd get destroyed today. Okay? It's that simple. Yeah, opportunity one, I'll show you right now. That's okay. That's okay. As long as I know you're listening to me and you can hear my and you can hear me. Oh, you can hear me. See, I'm getting tired. That you can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay. Okay. So this is what you do. Click on new, of course, and then the channel bar. I have one more I can add. All right. So you click on the gear here. And so you click on the gear, left click, edit custom channels, Okay, so I'm done. I'm going to have to get rid of a channel. I don't care. I don't care. I mean, it's okay. So now I got rid of a channel. So let me go back and I'll start again. So there's the gear. Click on the gear, left click on the gear, edit custom channels, add channel, add channel. Now, most of the time people are going to do a layout. You don't have to. You could literally. Oh, okay. First of all, you select or you click on select from cloud. So you would have had to have saved a layout or something into the cloud. Okay, first. So select from cloud. You know, you don't. It doesn't have to be a layout. If you just wanted something like a scan, you could put it up there like a scan that's always available. Or okay, but most people it's a layout. So I'll just go to layouts. Okay, and I don't know. I'll pick one. Pre-market layout. No, I've already got that. Very main layout. So I select it. Okay, give it a name. And if I'm going too fast, I will do it again. Okay, so I've given it a name. There it is, right there. I say okay. I apply it, and presto. Right there, main layout. Okay? Did that make sense? Okay, great. And now don't forget to save your work. Okay, when you exit trade ideas, make sure you always save. You can save. I always do it. Basically, I do it three ways. I save my layout, you know, and I give it a name. I just overwrite. This is my 3-monitor test. That's what I call it. So I just click on that. I save it. Okay. I also save to the cloud. I don't save to the cloud every single day. I will admit that. But if you've never done it, make sure you save it to the cloud. Give it a name, and click on entire, give it a name and save it. And then when you exit trade ideas, file, exit, when you click on exit, it's going to ask, do you want to save your layout, yes or no? If you say yes, then you're done. Then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, everything should be, all your windows that you've got should be in the same spot. Of course, you know, what you just did there. Oops, what you just did here, add a custom channel to the channel bar. Will be there. Okay? No problem, Danny. I appreciate that. All right. Is there anything else? Okay, I appreciate that. Weather's okay. Weather's okay. Thank you, Opportunity. All right, guys, I think maybe that's it. No rain. No, we had some rain this morning, but it's all gone. Air is clean and fresh. Decent temperature. So what screen is the bid ask on? You can add the bid ask here, but I'll be honest, and if you're in the simulator, it's really irrelevant, okay? It makes more sense if you're actually attached to your IB account. But the bid ask is sort of irrelevant here, okay? Because it's when you get an alert, you might have a bid ask, but it's not going to change, okay? The alert does not, if that makes sense. So my standard answer to the bid and ask is your broker has your bid and ask. That's what you should be looking at, is your broker will have your bid and ask. Okay, like here's my interactive broker, here it is, here's my bid ask. Okay. Well, again, if you get up early, well, if you if you get up before the market opens, for instance, for ARI, well, I almost guarantee it'll be an earnings play here. Now, here we go. ARI, here's the news here. Here was the news here, slammed with 3 downgrades. If you had been here this morning, I also mentioned that when I was doing my, every morning, I look at the downgrades and I look at the upgrades. And I mentioned, wow, I already got 3 downgrades. I mean, it already had been plunging, but it also had 3 more downgrades. Not 3 more, it had 3 downgrades. That's from, I think from JP Morgan and some name firms. So you could almost tell that this was going to have a disastrous day, even though the disastrous day was already upon us. Because remember, this was an earnings release after hours yesterday, May 11th post market. So this is when it released earnings. This was this mauve area after hours. Bad enough, but look at this morning. Kept cascading down, and I'm sure those analyst downgrades did not help. So when people ask, why do I even bother with the analyst upgrades and downgrades? Because every now and then you get a little gem from them. And when I see a stock having multiple downgrades, multiple from multiple financial institutions downgrading, well, you got to pay attention. So my watch list up and down. So yeah, let me just explain why I have, yes, this is on don't repeat. This is on don't repeat, don't repeat, don't repeat. So why I do that, this is the repeating version. So I can go back in time and I say, okay, where was the first time in my watch list that I had the alert for ARI? So now I put a delay here on purpose. I don't want to see any alerts here until 9:45. This one you'll start to see is probably too many right now. Oh, okay, 9:30. You'll start to get some alerts at 9:30. If you choose to trade things at 9:30 from my watch list, that's up to you. I like to see the market settle down just a little bit, so that's why I put a delay. And it's just the count or the time. Sorry, it's not the count. It's the timer. Do we have a time of day filter? So I don't want it to start until 15 minutes after the market opens. So that's why that happens, okay? So I can go back in time. So even though I'm seeing ARI over and over and over here, I can say, well, where was the first alert? It was the time, and at $17. Obviously pretty awesome, okay? I don't know about the Amarin, 438. No, it didn't do anything. Okay, but this is what I can do. I can kind of go back in time, say, okay, here was the first alert from my watch list. Here was the time. What did it do from then? By the way, guys, after hours, this one is really LHDX. Look at this thing, fire after hours, or right on the last candle here. See, now I still have to do my scanning. So if you're wondering why I shut off at 3, sometimes I like to do a little trading completely on my own, number one, but I still have my scanning to do, so it makes for a long day. Okay, so that's one reason why I do shut the room down at 3. This could be really interesting right after hours, guys. I mean, there's a lot of enthusiasm for this stock in the last 4 minutes. LHDX. And there's no real resistance on the weekly chart. We have a high 78. What's that high there? Yeah, I mean the next high on the weekly chart is way up here at 1214. This could be really interesting. Okay, guys, I think I am definitely gonna wrap this up now. Okay, long day, lots of fun. So I will open. Yeah, you cannot do one-click trading, no, because you can't establish the. You can do manual trading, but you have to go in on limit offer. You can't go in market. Okay, and that's just not Brokerage Plus. That's virtually every broker platform out there. You have to go in limit. You have to pick a price, in other words. Okay. Okay, guys. C'est tout fini. Okay, just getting the script together. We will see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow, as I say, at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening. And again, we'll see you tomorrow.